How's it going, everybody? And welcome to another episode of the Artisans of Steel podcast. This is a podcast where I talk to some of the most inspiring makers to me that I know and have met, whose work just continuously, like I said, inspires me, uh, pushes me to uh, strive for more and to also know that there's way more to learn. And today's guest, Shane Taylor, is definitely one of those makers who does work that's far and beyond anything that I'm doing, and shows me that there's tons more to learn. He is an ABS mastersmith, and rightfully so. And you will see as we chat with him in a little bit and show some of his work. Exactly why he has that stamp. But before we get into this, we are going to talk through some of our sponsors from the Patreon, our super sponsors. To join the Patreon, you just go to either to my Instagram and hit the link in the bio, and you can find the Patreon. And you can jump in and join there at the illuminated individual level or more. We'll get you to be part of these conversations, to be part of the live chats and stream, as well as being able to ask questions beforehand of these very incredible and inspiring makers that we are talking to. Um, so the first one is Mr. Tony Sasma. He's TNT Forge on Instagram. Tony is a great guy. He actually just was in here with me as part of the Patreon only Q&A. We were talking Damascus finishing and handle finish work. He's a great dude, and I really appreciate him for joining me. So go to give him a follow. He's doing great work. He does awesome finish work on his blades and handles at TNT Forge on Instagram. And then we have next Mr. Eric Kidwell. He's at District 202 LLC. I want to give him a shout out for sure. Not only because he's a sponsor, but he's getting his shop built. Last month, I think he had sent me a picture. He only had just kind of like they had just graded the ground at his property where they were going to put the shop, and then he sent me a photo a month later, and all the walls, the roof, and everything are already on. He's got doors and windows and everything in place. He is busting ass and getting everything going, so he's doing a great job. I look forward to seeing him and following his journey. Go give him a follow at District 202 LLC on Instagram. Next, we have Mr. Josh A. Weston. He's Josh A. Weston on Instagram, as well as being part of the Dragon Forge experience. He's a super talented and incredibly creative dude, and he's a good buddy of mine, and I appreciate his support. And if he does these really great fabrication projects where he builds forges, which is the whole Dragon Forge experience. So he at various places and Renaissance fairs around the country, they they bring these forges with them so people can get kind of a feel for what it's like to forge, but they're forging out of the mouth of a dragon. These forges are awesome. And they've been getting more and more elaborate every time they create a new one. And I think they're on probably like their eighth or ninth dragon that they've built now. So go check him out. These dragon forges are really cool, and Josh is a great guy. So give him a follow, Josh A. Weston on Instagram. Next up is Mr. Michael Poor. He's Red Dragon Forge on Instagram. Another great guy who I'm looking forward to hang out with. He's actually based here in Washington State. He's a couple hours north of me, but he's going to be joining me in my class I'm going to be teaching in September. And it's which is all about Damascus and kind of decoding Damascus and trying to kind of get you to understand how my brain works about Damascus. And I'm really looking forward to hanging out with him. He's a good dude. He does a lot of work in Japanese style knives. He's done a lot of work with the bells. Based out of Coos Bay, Oregon, who make tamahagane and then consolidate that material and then forge blades out of that material. And so he's a really good dude. Give him a follow on at Red Dragon Forge. And then next we have Mr. Russell Tinsley. Excuse me. At Oozle Finch Beers on Instagram. He's also his maker page is Can't Make Knives. He's a great guy. His company Oozle Finch over in Virginia make incredibly delicious beers. They make what are considered soda beers, I guess is a new genre of beers. So they have all these really out there and wild out of the box flavors, but they're all really tasty and delicious. If they don't already carry them at your local beer market, go check them or get that beer market to pull them in and buy some because the beers are super tasty. So Go give him a follow on his maker page, Can't Make Knives, at Can't Make Knives, and go check out the beers again at Oozle Finch. That's OOZLE Finch Beers on Instagram. Next up is Mr. Dan Hubbs. I just realized I keep saying Mister on everybody. Anyways, next up is Dan Hubbs. 66 Mountain Knives. That's 66 Mountain Knives on Instagram and Facebook. He's another maker. Actually, I'm really looking forward to him coming up and taking the class as well. Again, in September. He's a good dude. I've been following his work. He does some really good stuff. He's doing some solid work for a newer maker, and I'm excited to get to know him better and spend some time with him. I'm excited to see where he takes the stuff he learns in the class, because he's, like I said, he's already doing some really solid work. So he's definitely going to be taking it to the next level soon. Go follow him at 66 Mountain Knives on Instagram and Facebook. Next up is Lawrence Lake, Maritime Knife Supply. Maritime Knife Supply. You can find them on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok at maritimenifesupply.com. Or sorry, not .com, Maritime Knife Supply. But you can also go to their website at go to their website. Let me slow down. maritimenifesupply.com, where you can find anything and everything you need for making your knives, from materials and consumables like belts and pins and kydex to steel to tools like grinders and anvils and tongs and hammers. They got all this stuff. Go check him out. Even though he's based out of Atlantic, Canada, he's got a great deal on shipping, also in the United States. So don't hesitate to go check them out and get materials that you need from them. And he's on top of it. He is lickety split in getting that stuff out. Go check him out again at Maritime Knife Supply. All right, next up is Ben Butcher. He's AMO. That's Amo Bladesmithing on Instagram. Excuse me. He is based out of Portland, Oregon. He also actually is going to be taking the class here in September. He's focuses mostly on culinary knives. He also does these really great side project, or not side projects, but these kind of like these modification projects where he takes like kind of commercially manufactured folders. He takes out the old blades, he modifies and puts new blades in them that are made from Damascus that he's made himself. They're really fun little projects that he does, and I love that modification. I think it's super cool. Go check him out at Amo Bladesmithing. Next is Mr. Gabe Fletcher of Anchorage Brewing. He is a friend of mine and a very talented maker based out of Anchorage, Alaska. You can find him on Instagram at Anchorage Brewing to see their beers, because their beers are awesome. And if you've never tasted them and you're into beer, these are some of the best beers I've ever tasted in my life. So go check them out, Anchorage Brewing. And then also on Instagram is at Anchorage Forge. And yeah, he's doing really great work. I've had the fortune of going to work and teach with him a couple times now. He has picked everything up so quickly, and he's doing really, really great work, making awesome Damascus, forging and grinding great blades, great performing blades. So go check him out and give him a follow. Gabe Fletcher is the man. So without further ado, our guest today, again, Shane Taylor. He is a maker I first met in 2014 at the Seattle International Knife Show. He I have to apologize to him, because when I first started, I didn't know a lot of names, and his name was definitely not one that I knew. But when I saw his work, I was absolutely floored and blown away by it. It's so creative, it's so out there, but he also does such a great job of filling in with all these subtle details that don't overwhelm a project, but still just like all around. He just does a really good job of balancing things. He does everything from like well, we'll get into the details, but he like carving and doing powdered Damascus, and all these really crazy like engravings and stuff like that. He's a master smith in the ABS, and like I said, he rightfully deserves that title, because he is one of the most talented makers I know, and he is also my wife's most favorite maker. I'm not her favorite; he's her favorite. That's how great he is. She's my favorite kitchen knife, or I'm her favorite kitchen knife maker. But outside of that, Shane is her favorite maker of all time. Let's pull him in here, Mr. Shane Taylor. Shane, how are you doing today? Are you staying cool
Good.
over
How are
there?
you doing?
You're joining us
With
from
Miles
Montana?
City, Montana.
Miles City, Montana. Yeah,
It's hot here, by
it's
the way.
hot. Yeah. The heat is actually just starting to turn on in here too. I don't know if it's me being nervous or if whatever, but um, I'm excited to chat with you. I've been very fortunate to, I feel like, to become friends with you or friendly with you. But there's still so much I don't know about you, which is why I'm really excited to have this conversation. Um, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't realize we met at Seattle. I thought we met first time out at Bill Burke's. But
Actually, you know what? I bet the
I don't
first. Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't know which one of those is first. So.
I bet I would be surprised actually if the first time we actually met was at Gary House's place when he did
Oh,
one of his first
oh yeah,
Tomahogany
the big
firings.
sword hammering.
Yeah, and it was I was there with
Yeah.
Bob Kramer,
Oh yeah.
and
Okay.
yeah, and, there's a lot of well-known guys there, and,
Yeah. That.
that's probably the
That.
first time I had
Mm-hmm.
probably actually but I don't remember meeting you. That's the worst part is I was so overwhelmed because I didn't know anybody, right? I didn't know anybody in the industry or anything. I just knew Bob, and that's it. And so I think for me, it was a lot of new people, and so I apologize for not remembering it, but the first time I really do remember you, especially in relationship to your work, was at the Seattle International Knife Show
Oh yeah.
in 2004. Because Daniel did that 2 years, right? 2014 and 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that was the first time I remember meeting you. And again, I was blown away by your work, and we'll see some of those pieces
I
later. But
I had a dagger that won best folder show
right,
one of the years. I don't remember
yeah,
which one it was.
I think it was the first year because I
But yeah,
remember
I think so.
it was you and me. Oh, there's a picture somewhere. I think it might be on my Instagram, but it's you and me, and Andrew Mears, I believe,
Oh,
standing up at the front, getting our picture taken or something like that
uh,
for the awards.
yeah, that's the only knife I've made that's won 2 awards. Well, usually they don't hang around that long for me to have them at 2 shows, but that
Sure,
one was so close to Blade Show.
right,
It,
because it was
it,
April when he would do that show.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it won best folder at Seattle and then best Damascus at the Blade Show.
nice. Oh man, is that one of the ones I have a picture of? Man,
No, I don't think I sent that to you.
okay, it's all right.
But
It's all right.
it had the gears and quite a bit of engraving on
Nice.
gears in the blade, I should say.
Oh, actually, I think I have. Let's see. Is this
You
part
have
of
one of those.
the
Yeah,
close up?
that's not it though.
This is not the
Um,
dagger though.
no,
Okay.
no,
All right.
no.
All right. Well, anyhow, Shane. Okay, so you're from Miles City, Montana. Did you grow up there? What was, I guess, let's take a kind of let's get the early story of Shane Taylor and where you grew up. What was life like as a kid? When did you discover that you had this kind of artistic and creative bent? Because you come from a background of ranching, cattle
Right.
ranching. And so I guess in my head, I don't know anything about ranching, but for some reason, I'm like, that doesn't necessarily lend itself to having a lot of extra time for creativity. So, what was early life like for you? And when did you kind of discover that about yourself? And how did you kind of find time to foster that within yourself?
I grew up on the ranch. It's about 45 miles north of Miles City,
Okay.
right between Jordan and Miles City, up on the divide between the Yellowstone River and the Missouri River. And it's out in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
So
Where a ranch should be,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I went to a one-room schoolhouse, first grade to eighth grade.
Oh wow.
We had anywhere from 5 to 8 kids in the school of all grades.
Oh,
And
wow.
yeah, so that's kind of unusual in itself. How I got into knife making though was I was copying my brother Dallas, and he was making a knife out of a file, and I was about 11, 12 years old or so,
Okay.
and so I was just copying him and made one out of the file too, just on an old grindstone.
Oh,
Yeah, it was really crude.
I believe
Put
it.
a deer horn handle on it.
Now, did you forge it or did you stock remove it?
No, that one was just stock removal.
Okay.
The first one I forged was out of a leaf spring. That was a few years later,
Okay.
and using an acetylene torch as a forge.
Oh, wow. That
Yeah,
sounds tricky.
yeah. Once again, that was pretty crude. It wasn't long after that I actually built a whole forge.
Okay.
Of course, being isolated, I had no idea anybody else in the world was doing this.
Sure.
So yeah, so I didn't have any instructions whatsoever. Everything I learned was pretty much self-taught.
And this is in the 70s, 80s?
Yeah, this would have been in the 70s. Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, and at that time, yeah, I can understand how you felt so isolated. Well, not only just geographically, but I imagine basically all knives came from commercial manufacturers at the time. And,
yep,
yeah, and you would buy them at the store.
yep,
Yeah.
yeah,
Interesting. And
yeah.
so
Any knife I had, yeah, was bought in the store.
what made Dallas want to make a knife?
Well, my dad made a few knives when he was in the army in World War
Oh, wow.
II
Okay.
overseas. He actually made them when he was overseas. I'm not sure where, because he was in all three theaters of the war.
Oh, wow.
He chased. He was in the Army Air Corps. Yeah, it was really an unusual situation. He was in the Army Air Corps under Montgomery, so they chased Rommel across North Africa.
Okay.
They went into Sicily and then into Italy, and they loaded him on a boat, and they thought they were, and they went through the Suez Canal over to India,
Oh,
took a
wow.
train across India to Bangladesh, and spent the rest of the war fighting the Japanese.
Holy smokes.
So yeah, I don't know of any other unit that did that.
Wow. That's intense.
So
Okay.
I don't know. Somewhere in there, he made a few knives, and they confiscated them from him when he came back.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why. He didn't know why. Because yeah,
That's
he brought
so
all
bizarre.
kinds of other stuff, that they let, a few guns and a few defused hand grenades and stuff like that. But yeah, they took his knives.
That is so bizarre. I wonder,
They they
yeah.
might have they might have wanted them just for themselves. Is kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay. That's ours now, sucker.
Yeah,
Jeez.
the handles he made with, I believe it was leather and the glass out of shot down German planes.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, it was probably in North Africa is where.
Interesting. That's wild. So your father was kind of an inspiration for the boys, especially Dallas, to make knives, emulating your dad.
Yep.
I dig it. And so but knives couldn't have been your first creative output. You said you were about 12 or 13 when you did that
Yeah.
first knife. So what were some of your earlier kind of
Well,
discoveries of your
I always
creativity?
drew and I did a little bit of painting.
Okay.
No, actually, knives was pretty much my first creative outlet. Right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
like it.
Yeah.
Cool. That's interesting. So you took knives. So through your one room schoolhouse, you continued to make knives, um, and then what happened? Like, how did the evolution continue from your first first knife, it sounds like you ended up building a forge of your own and starting to forge blades. Um, were there books that you were getting inspiration from? Were there things that you were seeing? Um, were there any local blacksmiths that you had or farriers that
No,
you okay,
no, absolutely not. Even finding books on knife making is difficult. Um, when I went to make, I read a book where it mentioned, the Japanese sword having millions of layers.
sure.
This was probably in my early 20s.
Oh, okay.
That's what really inspired me to make Damascus. I didn't even know it was called Damascus because I'd never seen it, but I read about
Right.
it.
Yeah.
And, so I set about doing that. I couldn't find anything. I went through the whole library in Miles City.
Oh, wow,
There was
really?
just, yeah, there was nothing.
You couldn't even
Right?
find stuff on blacksmithing, huh? That
No,
surprises me.
very little anyway.
Yeah.
Uh, it was probably early early 80s. I finally I did find a book on knife making,
Okay.
um, and then and it had a little bit about making Damascus, but not a lot.
Okay.
Um, but yeah, so when I made my first Damascus, I thought I was the first one in the world to do it
Right. Of course.
because
Why
I
why
was totally cut off from everybody else. It wasn't until 1988 I was taking my dad to Army reunion down, and we stopped at a
okay.
mall in Denver, and I found Blade magazine and saw other people were actually making Damascus,
Right.
and it looked nothing like mine.
Right.
Mine was
Okay. Some pretty refined stuff.
yeah.
What kind of
So
do you
that
remember what makers that you saw the first time?
yeah, well I saw Steve Brooks was advertising in Blade at that time.
Okay.
And he was a fellow Montanan.
Oh, wow.
He uh, lived up out in Big Timber. So on our trip back, we we went clear down to Mexico and came back up by the Grand Canyon,
Yeah.
and so we came in the western part of the state, and, and so I stopped and met Steve, and he really lined me out on making Damascus,
Wow.
what steels to use.
That's great. So he was kind of one of your first
Oh yeah,
mentors, I guess?
yep, yep,
Right.
definitely.
How far did you say he was from you?
He was in Big Timber. That's probably about 250 miles.
Okay. A ways.
Yeah, not far in Montana
Sure, I guess
terms.
so in Montana terms, right. Maybe 4 hours?
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
3 hours.
Wow, that's amazing. So you worked in isolation for a long time until you saw that magazine, and then you met Steve. And I honestly, that's a name I've never heard before. What kinda work was he,
Yeah.
known for?
Oh, he was making I think mostly buoys at that
Okay,
time, and yeah, Damascus. So
okay,
ladder patterns, twist patterns,
sure.
stuff like that. Really, really, really nice work.
Yeah,
Uh, Steve Steve makes an awesome knife. He doesn't make many
okay.
anymore. He makes bullet molds for buffalo rifles.
Okay,
In fact, that's the mold I used for my 4570.
nice. You are I think Steve Schwarzer claims credit for naming you got you in a collection of knife makers up there in Montana, the Montana Mafia. And I think it was after coming up and teaching or working with you guys and teaching you guys some of his Damascus powdered techniques or powdered Damascus techniques. And I'm curious, at what point are you do you so you discover Blade magazine? I'm sure you probably got a subscription as soon as you possibly could. And then when do you join the ABS? how does your trajectory start to shift and change at that point? And then when do you meet those other guys, other Montana makers? Is there a guild in Montana? Or was there Montana Mafia before you before Steve called it the Montana Mafia?
No. Steve definitely coined that. No, the first one I met out of the Montana Mafia was Wade Coulter,
Okay.
and he had talked to Steve Brooks,
Okay.
and Steve told him about me because we weren't that far apart. We were only like 80 miles
Oh
apart.
wow, yeah.
And so yeah, Wade basically showed up on my doorstep out of ranch.
Okay.
and we got to talking about there had been a recent article in Blade magazine about making chain Damascus.
Okay.
And I was making a lot of cable Damascus at the
Okay.
time. And he says, "Have you ever made that?" I said, "No, let's go do it." So we went out, we forged, bound up a bunch of motorcycle chain, forged welded it
Oh
together,
wow.
and he made a knife. He still got the knife.
That's awesome. I've seen some motorcycle chain Damascus, and whenever it's still that's something I've never done. And when I think of it, it just seems like a bunch of loose material. Like, how do you keep it bound together? How do you finally get it to stick and consolidate it? Like, it doesn't even make sense to me.
I just got to keep folding it.
You just gotta keep folding. Okay. Do you
Yeah.
twist it at some point too? Is it like stretching mozzarella?
Well, yeah, you treat it like any other Damascus. You can twist it or ladder pattern it or whatever. But yeah, it's got a really distinctive look to it.
Right.
You know it when you see it. It's changed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. And you and Shane, or sorry, not you and Shane, but you and Wade are contemporary in age. Am I correct?
He's a couple years older than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, had he been making knives and such
Oh
for a
yeah,
while? Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. He was well into it.
I got you.
Yeah, he actually joined the ABS before I did.
Okay.
He got his master's, I think 2 or 3 years before I got my master's.
I got you.
So yeah, then we the Montana Mafia didn't actually meet up until I think it was in '92. And, Wade and I went up to Hammer in Stevensville, Montana.
Okay.
And that's where we met Dunkerley and Gallagher.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, you know, just that's all we did was meet and talk things over.
Okay.
So we knew each other from then on and were communicating with each other.
Sure.
But it wasn't until I hosted the Hammer in '95 that we really came together, and that's where Steve taught. And it was the first time he really introduced any mosaic Damascus at a class.
Oh wow. Okay.
And yeah, man, it blew our minds.
I'm sure.
And that's where the Montana Mafia took off from
I
there.
got you. Right.
So we were bouncing ideas off each other all the time.
Right, because it's like at that point, Pandora's box had basically been opened and anything was possible for you guys.
Yep.
Wow. That's incredible. And
yeah. So no, he didn't introduce powdered steel. Yeah.
we didn't do the powder. Oh, okay.
No, that was they kind of held that close to the vest for a number of years till they developed techniques.
I got you.
And that was mainly just as I understand it, Schwarzer and Don Fogg.
Right.
I knew about the powder, but I wasn't going to let it out because it was their thing.
Yeah.
And, so I think it was in '97 is when Don Fogg came out and did Dunkerley's Hammer.
Okay.
And he let us know about it. And that's where it took off.
I see.
From that point on.
Right. And so how, like, because I feel like, not to make you feel aged at all, but you were part of kind of like what was kind of a
Oh,
frontier in custom knife making, especially when it came to doing art knives, and especially highly, I guess, highly processed steels, especially with the mosaic Damascuses and stuff like that. Um, and so you guys would, as a group, would invite makers to come up and do classes with you. So you had Steve, you had Don Fogg come out. Did you ever get like JD? Did JD Smith ever come out and do some work with you guys? Or you guys
no,
go over there?
we
Okay.
we we tried. I think we tried to get him
Okay.
a few times. It just never worked out. So we had Hank
Oh,
Nickemeyer
sure.
and Al Dippold, and oh, um, I'm blanking on the other
No
guy's name.
worries.
Hudson, Rob
Rob
Hudson.
Hudson. Okay.
Yeah, they were all at Dr. Lee's.
Okay.
I only had Schwarzer at mine. And I did a hammer in 95 and 97.
Hmm. I got you. And then so are you meeting are these makers that you're seeing through Blade Magazine? Are you meeting them at shows? How are you starting to connect with some of these makers that you want to learn from and invite to these hammer-ins?
Well, Schwarzer, I had never met him until he came to my place because the hammer in was through the Northern Rockies
Okay.
Blacksmith Association.
Okay.
And so they actually were the ones that lined that up for Steve to come out to do my hammer.
Oh, nice.
And then the second hammer in I did, that was all on my own.
Right.
I invited Steve for that one. And Dunkerley was the same way. He was doing more shows than I was at the time, so he was going to like New York.
Oh, okay.
And so he had met like Hank Nickmeyer, Rob Hudson.
I got you. And really quick, these are some of these names are names I'm not familiar with, like Rob Hudson, or you mentioned somebody named Gallagher earlier. Who are some of these makers, and what were they known for?
Oh yeah, well Barry Gallagher's the fourth member of the Montana
Okay.
Mafia. He was doing real high end art knives. He quit making knives, so probably 10, 12 years
Okay.
ago now. I'd say it's been quite a
Okay.
while. Sold all of his equipment.
Okay.
So actually, Dunkerley and I are basically the only ones really still making knives out of the Montana Mafia.
Okay.
Wade does a few here and
Sure.
there, but yeah, he doesn't make a lot of knives.
Okay. Right. And what about Rob Hudson?
I didn't know Rob real well.
Oh, okay.
I met him at Dunkerley's Hammer, and yeah, we talked a little bit. But yeah, he was quite famous.
Okay.
He had a real distinctive style of knife. When you saw it, you knew it was Rob Hudson's knife.
Did he do mostly folders, fixed blade?
No, big knives
Oh,
mainly.
big knives. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Bowie knives. He was the one that came up with the flame edge, like
Oh,
acid etch with
right.
flame. Yeah, all his knives had that
Oh,
flame
interesting.
edge. And it was really cool.
So that's a resisted effect.
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting because I have seen I don't, obviously I didn't know that he did it first, but I have seen a lot of knives that have that effect on them. In fact, I think I don't know if it was part of Bob's ABS set, but he had um like a sushi, like a Japanese sushi knife, and it had that resisted edge, and that must be a Rob Hudson inspiration.
Yeah, he was probably at that hammer in as
Yeah.
well.
And you guys would get makers coming up to the hammer-ins from all over the place,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah. Bob was at I think both of my hammers.
And how are these just getting advertised in Blade Magazine? Or how are people finding out about these hammer-ins back in the day?
I think just through shows
Okay.
and word of mouth. I don't think I advertised mine at
Oh,
all.
wow. Because again, you're I feel like you're kind of part of the forefront of some of these activities. Um, like how many people were coming to these hammer-ins? Because nowadays, you know, like Travis Wirtz has a hammer-in down in Arizona, and they had to actually start restricting because they were getting like upwards of 200 people coming to the hammer-in almost.
Yeah, we never had that
Sure.
many. My shop wasn't that big. I think I cut it off like at about 40 or 50
Yeah.
people.
Oh wow, that's a pretty good crowd though.
Both my, well, yeah, especially being it's out in the middle of
Right.
nowhere. And, they wanted to stay in a hotel room. They had to travel 45 miles back and forth,
Right. That's a good point.
or camp out. Most of them just camped
Right.
out.
That's a good move.
Yeah.
Are rattlesnakes an issue over there in Montana?
Oh
Oh
yeah,
shit. So go ahead and
yeah.
camp. Don't get
I
bit.
got I got bit about 5 6 years
Oh
ago.
no. Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, right here at my place in town
Oh
here.
man.
It was a dry bite, luckily.
Oh,
But
thank goodness.
got me in the back of my calf.
Really?
And I never did find the snake. Never even saw
Oh,
him.
really? That's amazing.
Yeah, so he's still out there somewhere.
So you're cutting heads off wherever you can, aren't you? He's like, ah, hate you guys.
It's really unusual for him to be here.
Okay.
They are
Yeah.
occasionally,
Okay.
but not at the ranch. It wasn't
Yeah.
unusual.
I just
Lot of
yeah.
snakes.
I want to kind of get a feeling for what those hammer-ins were like, because again, this is kind of like the earlier days of hammer-ins, and I'm curious, like if you can kind of as best as you can remember, what's either of those hammer-ins, the 95 or 97 hammer-in that you hosted, what the energy was like, how many people were there, were people actually doing demonstrations? Was it just discussions? What was it like for everything going
Oh
on?
yeah, we had, especially at the first one, we had lots of demonstrators besides the
Okay.
guys in the Northern Rockies Blacksmith Association did demonstrations. But yeah, the energy was through the
Yeah.
roof. It uh, like nothing I've ever experienced before,
Yeah.
or since.
Okay.
Especially that first hammer in. My forge lit on Friday evening and didn't go out until late
Oh,
Sunday.
wow.
People were working in that shop round the clock.
Round the clock.
Yeah, you could hear the hammer going round the
That's
clock.
amazing. And just
Oh yeah, it was something else.
yeah. And at that first one, you said it was organized by the Blacksmith Association. So there are probably a lot of blacksmithing techniques and tool making
Yeah,
techniques that were being taught. Do were
right.
were how would you say that there were a lot of knife makers at that first one?
Yeah, it was knife
Okay.
makers. But,
Oh, really?
yeah, yeah,
Cool.
yeah, because Shores are the main demonstrators.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. And you at that point you were already forging. Um, did you feel like you were taking a lot in from some of the blacksmithing demonstrations too regarding
Oh yeah,
forging? Sure.
oh, yeah,
Anything
I learned
notable?
a lot. What's that?
Anything notable?
Um, not that I can recall
That's
offhand.
okay.
It's been too long.
It's been too long. I guess that's almost been what, 30 years ago? Almost 30 years ago.
Yeah,
28
almost 30 years
28
ago.
years. Okay. Jeez.
Yeah, man,
It's
hard to
crazy to
believe.
think about. It's even hard for me to believe that 95 was almost 30 years ago. Um,
Yeah, one of the notable things that happened was we had a bunch of thunders and
oh,
this
okay.
middle of the night. It had to be like midnight, 1 o'clock.
Mhm.
So and my brother Dallas and I and a couple of other guys went up on the hill to make sure that wasn't going to be fires.
Okay.
This was in the fall of the year, so everything
Okay.
was really dry.
Yeah.
And Schwarzer happened to notice I had a bottle of tequila on my shelf. in
Okay.
the shop. So we took the bottle up with us as we're watching the thunderstorms up on a high hill there,
Yeah.
and it was awesome because it was uh, panographic thunderstorms all the way around.
Oh wow.
It, and out there you can see
You can see for miles.
close, yeah, 60,
Yeah.
70 miles in some
It's
places.
it's astonishing. I've driven
Yeah,
across Montana now 4 times, and it never ceases to amaze me. It feels like you're driving in the sky. You can see so far.
yeah,
It really is amazing.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
so I
It's no wonder it got called the Big Sky.
big sky, yeah,
It does
exactly.
seem like the sky is bigger.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's 'cause well, and you're driving at such a high elevation, you can see why you 100% you can't mistake why it's called the Big Sky City
Yeah.
because it's amazing. Yeah, that sounds like fun. Any other fun stories or, from those events?
Not right offhand, but
I know Wade was always I mean, it was a mix of characters, and I feel like I remember hearing some stories of Wade and Bob and some of those guys were just always poking fun and doing silly antics and
oh
stuff.
yeah, get Barry Gallagher and Wade together were like a comedy team. Uh, yeah, they keep you in stitches.
I believe it.
One plays off of the other, and yeah, they would go for hours.
Sure.
I remember my stomach being sore from laughing so much.
That's awesome. Um, so at that point, are you part of the ABS already and working towards your I guess in 90 when did you get your Mastersmith? Because these hammer-ins were 95 and 97.
Yeah, I didn't get my Mastersmith till 2000.
Okay.
So I was a little resistant in joining the ABS to begin with.
Okay.
So, I don't know, it's not that much of a joiner.
I got you. Who is it? Groucho Marx says, I wouldn't want to be a part of any club that would let me be a member," or something like
uh,
that.
so
So
yeah, so
it
I think Dr. Lee got his Mastersmith first, and then
okay.
Wade was a year later.
Okay.
Then, yeah, I actually got my Mastersmith with Josh Smith
Okay.
and um, um, oh, blanking on the name.
It's all right.
Ed Caffrey. Ed Caffrey.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, and
Oh,
Audrey
cool.
Draper.
Right.
Yeah, there were seven of us got our Mastersmith. I think there was like 10 that applied, and 7 of us made it.
And I would
Big class.
yeah. Well, if for the time well, and I guess the Mastersmith class, while the Journeyman Smith classes have gotten monstrous, what was it? A couple of years ago, they had 50 plus people
Yeah.
get their
Well,
Journeyman Smith.
there was a lot this year.
Yeah.
I
The
judged.
Mastersmith classes have stayed considerably small
Right.
still,
Yeah.
which just speaks and the reason part of the reason I bring this up is because you are pretty consistently one of the judges um
Yeah.
that judge the ABS Mastersmith or is it just the Mastersmith or is it the Journeyman Smith as well?
I've only judged
Oh,
journeyman.
okay.
Yeah. They'll pull me in Mastersmith.
I gotcha. So you've definitely joined the ABS. You became part of the ranks. How do you feel like the testing for the ABS affected your knife making or made you look at your knife making differently, if at all? Or
Oh
if you're
yeah.
already hard on yourself.
Oh yeah. No, it definitely pushed me. Yeah, to be make more clean
Sure.
stuff. Because yeah, basically, those 5 knives have to be perfect. If they find anything at all,
Mhm.
you don't make it.
Yeah,
And I think it's even gotten tougher from when I went.
sure.
But I'm always just floored walking in there and looking at the
Yeah.
knives. Even the journeyman Smith knives.
Right.
Some of those are just spectacular.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and that's kind of that's something else I'd be curious to see what your thoughts were on, just like how things have evolved, um, not only at shows, but I guess through the ABS and testing, because like you're saying, it it seems like every year makers are getting so much more talented, or not more talented, but just like the creativity that's coming out of people
Oh
and
yeah.
going into the work is just absolutely mind-boggling. Um, it does seem like it's more and more difficult for makers to make it through the testing, and I'd be curious, especially as a judge, kind of some of the perspective, if for any of the listeners, either through the Patreon or beyond, who are listening, some advice that you might have for anybody seeking their journeyman smith or master smith, and what they should be aiming for, because not necessarily that people should be aiming for the bottom of the upper edge of things, but like I said, like especially some of the makers, like even just was it just Jackson Rumble that got his master smith this year? Can't remember, but anyways,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
at least in Atlanta.
Yeah, there was
And
only one. There was only one Masters.
yeah,
I don't remember how many went.
yeah,
I think there was 5.
there were 5, and only
I
Jackson got
think.
through. Okay. Yeah, and it's just like I don't know what my question is. I would be incredibly intimidated, because I feel like I potentially, if I've been in the ABS and I've been doing my work, and I've been making knives, at least for me personally, I've been making knives now for 12 years. Um, I feel like I could make mastersmith quality work, but there are definitely makers who are doing all kinds of crazy um engravings and carvings that really take things to the next level. Um, and if my stuff was next to theirs, I would be afraid that mine would be judged not mastersmith
Oh
quality
no.
because I didn't do those those extra embellishments that really are masterful techniques and skills, that people are.
Everything of yours that I've seen is really, really clean and good. I don't think you'd have a problem.
Mm,
You would have to get a little bit more variety.
for sure, yeah.
Yeah, what you,
One,
put in.
yeah. Well, and I
And
guess that's.
that's
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
even with journeyman, we look for that. You know, um, we don't want the guy making the same exact knife.
3 times
You
or
know,
5 times.
yeah, yeah.
Right.
It won't necessarily fail them, but you'll just get regard. You
Sure.
want to see more variety.
Mhm.
Yeah, for journeyman smith, we're looking for just a real good user quality knife.
Okay.
It's clean and that has very, very minimal flaws.
Sure.
Like,
So they don't have to be perfect.
not necessarily.
Okay.
Um, what for is if there's one problem that goes through all 5 knives, and that'll be a fail.
Oh, okay.
And there are a few things that will absolutely fail you, like a common line that cuts off, before the blade ends.
I see.
It doesn't come back into the rigasso
Mhm.
area. That's an automatic fail.
Sure.
So yeah, if you're making a knife that that won't function properly, that'll fail.
Okay.
But typically, yeah, it's more of a trend. Like if there's big space on between the blade and the guard on all 5 knives.
Oh, like at the bottom, the shoulders
That's
of the ricasso and the guard. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I got you.
yeah, or if all of the guards are tilted
Oh, I
crooked,
got you.
the same way, that'll be.
Sure.
You might get away with 1 or 2,
Yeah,
but you'll be called out on it.
I got you.
They'll definitely point that out.
Are there particular features that a potential journeyman smith candidate would want to make sure that they integrate into their set? Um, because I feel like there is kind of an ABS style knife, and maybe you would disagree or agree. I'm not sure, but I feel like there's an ABS style knife with sharp plunges, and the choil drops down from the plunge, and the ricasso and sharp shoulders and all that kind of stuff. What are some stylistic choices, I guess, or features that you either would advise or for a candidate to attempt or to use, even like a fitted guard versus an integral bolster or something like that? What are some of those things that you would look for, or would stand out to you as like, wow, that's definitely a smith quality technique, or and a very ABS style technique that this person has executed well?
I don't look for that
Okay,
at all, but I'm not going to say there aren't other
sure.
judges that don't look for
Okay,
that, because there are
okay.
some judges that's going to play in,
Interesting.
you know,
Okay.
into their judgment.
Right. If it fits that ABS
Depends on where
style or
you're.
not.
Yeah,
Interesting. Okay.
yeah,
So what are
yeah.
your
I don't. I want to see, you know, a great variety, and and I really enjoy it when I see the limits,
sure.
you know, some artistic
Right.
stuff put into them. But keep in mind, if you do that, that's one more thing to be
I
judged.
gotcha. I gotcha.
If you're if you're gonna if you're gonna do engraving or something like that,
It better be damn good.
yeah, that's why. There's every once in a while there's a journeyman that wants to put like a sheath in with his knife, and I advise against that. I
Sure.
said that's just one more thing that you're going to be judged on. We're going to judge that
Right.
too.
Interesting. So you're judging more about execution rather than stylistic choices. The quality of
Yeah,
the execution, which makes sense. I feel like
yeah,
that makes sense to me. Um,
yeah,
Rather than judging to a certain kind of quote unquote style, because I feel like to me it seems like a judging to a quote unquote style, a particular style. There's a lot of, I don't know the word, just like a lot of lack of objectivity. It's a very subjective thing. Stylish when it comes to judging stylistic choices, whether somebody likes something or not. Um, I feel like it doesn't seem like that should really honestly matter, especially if it's executed well. You can not like something,
right.
but if somebody nailed it, like what's the hate on it? Like they killed it.
Yes, yes,
So that's interesting. Okay. So that's good to keep in mind though, that if you do start to mess within that kind of stylistic play realm, that those are things that might not play in your favor, especially because nobody knows who the judges are, right?
yeah,
And that's kind of the goal, is that they don't know who the judges
yeah.
are,
No,
so that somebody can't make to a judge's particular taste and style.
yeah. The judges change up quite a bit. I mean, I've been judging. Well, except for I missed a couple of
Sure.
years there, but well, of course during COVID we didn't have the
Right.
show,
Right.
and then I had a pretty serious operation
Mm,
last year, so I didn't. Or 2 years
right.
ago, or no, that was last year.
Right.
I didn't make it that year. So, but yeah, other than that, I've probably been judging 10, 12
Sure.
years.
Well, that's reassuring. And okay,
But yeah, it's a different crew in there every
that's
year.
good to keep it mixed
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
So if I'm oh, go
and
ahead. Go ahead.
and James Rodabaugh is in charge of judging now.
Okay.
He says he's going to mix it up a little bit more
Yeah.
next year. So I don't know if I'll be judging.
Sure. James is a great
We'll
guy.
see.
He's another guy.
Yes, he
He's
is.
out of Wyoming, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
He's not far. Is
He
he almost like
well
an
he
honorary member of the Montana Mafia? He's not far from you guys.
it, it, well he's quite he's like 6, 7 miles from me.
Okay.
But yeah, not far from out here.
Not far from out there.
We
Yeah.
keep talking about getting together and doing stuff. it hasn't come about yet.
Sure. Well, that's good to keep in mind for anybody judging or attempting or like looking at being an ABS journeyman smith candidate. I've been playing with the idea. I was part of the ABS and then I stopped being part of the ABS, and I think part of it is because um, what I do isn't necessarily um, part of what the ABS kind of qualifies as quality, or kind of like that certification kind of backs up, I guess. I think it does in regards to somebody's ability to make a quality tool. It definitely like helps to certify that, but whether or not that, especially the knives that I'm making, whether or not those actually are performance tools versus aesthetic tools, or aesthetic things, is a different question. But I have been thinking about the idea of joining the ABS again and trying to think about, if I go and test for Journeyman Smith, what what am I going to need to do? And I think that the idea of having a variety for sure really makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely recommend doing it, just because you're pushing yourself. It's more of a
Yeah,
personal thing, and that's the
right.
way it was with me.
Yeah,
It wasn't about even the prestige or whatever of
sure.
being a mastersmith. It was a personal thing for me that I was able to do that,
Yeah, yeah. I had a really
and
great
it does it pushes you to do stuff that you don't even think that you can do.
sure. I had a really great conversation with Jordan Lamotte. I believe it was last month. It was Jordan. Um, and yeah, he kind of gave me the inspiration to try to get back into it and join the ABS again, and and to go through the testing, um, because um, I think to the fact that what he was saying is just like the idea of helping to further that, the mission of the ABS, which is to
Mhm.
continue the continuation of the forged knife, the craft of the forged knife, and to continue to help others. And
Right.
and I think that's definitely a really virtuous thing to strive for sure. And that's honestly that's a lot of what I already kind of do, is to try to help people through my knife making, not only through doing good work, but also teaching people about some of my processes and stuff like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if I'm already doing that,
Yeah.
might
And
as well do it underneath.
yeah, and if you become a mastersmith, that's kind of your obligation to do.
Sure.
You know, you're going to be testing performance tests too.
Mhm.
In fact, I just had a journeyman or a candidate for
Right.
journeyman come do his performance test. About a month.
How'd it go?
Oh, good. Yeah, yeah. He blew me
That's
away.
awesome. Who was it? Do you mind sharing?
Yeah, it was. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's
Blanking.
okay.
I have a problem. I have a problem with
No,
names.
it's totally fine. You're
It'll come to me,
when
but
it does, just shout it out so you don't forget it again. Because
I've
I
I've
do the
always
same
been
thing.
I've always been bad at names anyway, and then uh, but since I had COVID, it just
Okay.
seems like it's way
Yeah.
worse. And
Right.
Adolfson was Cody Adolfson.
Okay.
Yeah, he came over. He's from North Dakota.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he won Forged in Fire, by the way,
Okay. I'll have to pull him up.
a
Cody
couple
Adolphson?
years ago. Yeah, it's on YouTube,
Okay.
with the final part.
Nice.
So
Um, well, shout out to Cody. Congratulations. Good job, bud.
yeah.
So after somebody tests for does the performance test, they have that performance test is good for, is it 1 year, 2 years?
2 years, I think.
And so within that 2 years is when they go to submit for Master Smith. And what are shows? So there are 3 shows now that people can submit at. Is that correct? It's the ICCE, or the Texas show, right?
Oh yeah,
Blade
yep.
Texas, Blade Atlanta, and Blade West, wherever that happens to be. I think it's in Utah again this year.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're doing it at Blade
Oh,
West.
they're not doing it at Blade West.
No, because he was going to school somewhere.
Okay.
They're doing it there as well.
Okay.
I'm only familiar with Atlanta.
Yeah. I got you.
That's where I did all my testing.
Okay.
So that's where I judge. So, I should maybe go through the performance
please
test,
do.
what it
Please.
involves.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So yeah, you have to have a not longer than 10-inch hardened steel blade. I think 15 inches overall.
Okay.
Blade. And you have to cut through a 1-inch free-hanging rope with one cut.
Anywhere in the rope, or
And
is
then,
it at the very end?
No, the bottom 6
Bottom 6
inches.
inches.
Bottom
Okay.
6 inches. And then chop through 2 2x4s. And then still shave hair. And then bend to 90 degrees without breaking.
Okay. And after you chop through the 2x4, just for a little clarity, there isn't supposed to be any sort of edge damage or deformation, correct?
No. Yeah.
And then when
Yeah.
and then when the bend in the bend test, is the blade allowed to crack it at any point?
Yeah.
And how
Yeah,
much?
it can crack a third of the width of the
Third of the
blade.
width. So if it's an 1.5 inch blade, then it's allowed to crack a 1/2 inch. I've heard of some people kind of only doing an edge quench, say, for their journeyman smith knives, so that they are super tough and they can they can chop great, but then they can also bend great. What are your feelings on does the blade have to be fully hardened, or can it be differentially hardened and then drawn back? What are your feelings on that?
Well, that's personal choice.
That's what I've heard. Is it depends on the judge
yeah.
or the master smith you're testing with.
Yeah. Well, I like to see it come all the way back close. Sure. Cody's did. Came
Nice.
back.
Oh wow.
That just shows you. That just shows a good level of knowledge about each.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, you can play it safe and just do an edge quench. It's gonna fold over.
But like you said, if depending on the judge or whoever's doing the administering of the test.
No, that if it doesn't break,
okay,
it passes.
Okay.
There's nothing in the rules that say folds like a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Right on. So if I'm gonna submit a journeyman smith test, can I submit a knife that doesn't have a guard?
Yeah, at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. That's good. I feel like I've seen some, but I also can't visualize what they would look like. I mean, I know what a knife without a guard looks like, but I just can't visualize it in my head.
Yeah.
If I've seen any submissions like that.
I think on mine I only had one guard.
Oh, really?
I had.
Nice. And then
yeah, I
obviously I do a lot of integrals, but I wouldn't want to do all integrals.
This is kind of an interesting story. When they had just put in the no Damascus rule the year before.
Okay.
I took my journeyman, and but that was only blade. So so I took tile mosaic and forge welded the bolsters that had a mountain on each side.
Right.
Yeah, that was one of my journeyman knives. So the next year there was no Damascus whatsoever.
No Damascus. I see. You were pushing the boundaries.
So I'm responsible for that rule.
That's your fault. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. It's probably a safe bet. And the idea of not allowing Damascus for journeyman smith tests is that's not what they're judging on, right? They're not judging on Damascus. They're judging to see the quality of finish, quality of execution, the fit and finish overall, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
and some
yeah.
variety,
They want
a
to
variety of
make sure you
skills.
know how to finish
Yeah,
a carbon steel.
right. Interesting.
And with Damascus, you can hide things.
Hmm. What about Hamones?
Oh yeah,
Are Hamones allowed on Journeyman
oh
Smith
yeah,
knives?
yeah.
But
But like I
again,
said, yeah,
it's
there,
that's a potential issue.
there, yeah, there was well, a couple of knives the guy had. And, I know one of the judges really didn't like his Moans because they were spotty all over.
Oh,
And,
interesting.
I mean, they were beautiful,
Yeah.
but he didn't think that that knife was functional,
Oh,
especially the
interesting.
one, because he thought it would break if it was bent,
Right.
because it wasn't correctly done.
I
It was
see.
only done for beauty. It wasn't done for function.
Function. Right. So maybe if somebody's submitting for testing, save the extra aesthetics for after you get your certification.
Yeah.
Nail the test. Unless you're like
I mean,
obviously extremely comfortable with
I'm all for
and
pushing it.
experienced with, yeah. Here's a great question from actually from one of our Patreon sponsors, Mr. Mike Poor. He says, "Do you consider yourself to be an art knife maker? If so, does it bother you that your knives won't get used in the field? Do you make some field knives to scratch that itch?" Interesting. So like a little bit of versatility for things that do get
Oh yeah,
used and things that don't.
I make everything to use. Every knife I make. I do the best I can on the heat treat.
Right.
But yeah, no, I do. I make use of knives.
So everything you make is
Not.
designed to actually be used. It's ultimately up to the
Yep.
collector or buyer whether or not they're going to use it or not. I
Yep.
gotcha.
Yep. But yeah, I do consider myself an art.
I definitely would
I do put a lot
as well.
of art into it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just now all of a sudden I'm starting to think of like, oh, well, if I submitted a journeyman Smith test, what would it look like? I think I'd probably do an integral for sure. A hidden tang integral, maybe possibly a full integral with a guard, perhaps.
Mhm.
I would do with an integral guard. I would do. Oh, and the blades are all supposed to be forged. Is that correct? For the
Mhm.
Journeyman Smith, no stock removal.
Yep. Yep. Soccer.
And just to kind of digress a little bit, in the testing, the Master Smith potentially could, in the performance testing, the Master Smith potentially could ask the testing Smith to demonstrate forging technique and stuff like that. Is that correct?
Oh yeah. Yep.
Does that come
Yeah,
off
he
very
can.
often?
It's not that I know
Okay.
of, but I think the reason that's in there is if the Master Smith suspects that there's some shenanigans going on, he didn't actually make the blade or something like that. I think that's why it's in there.
I gotcha.
So he can. That'd be a sure way to find out if I actually
Right.
have him make a knife.
Yeah. So I do, yeah, probably a guardless knife, probably like a little bird and trout or something like that.
Mhm.
Hidden tang integral, maybe a Bowie or a chef's knife, and then a full integral with an integral guard. And then another probably like a hunter utility with a guard, with a separate guard. And what did I do for the
Sounds
fifth
good. I
one?
think you better do that.
I'm trying to think. Well, if I join the ABS, it's still got to be probably like 3 years before I can do it. I'm trying to think
You
what
can cut
else.
a year off of that if you go to school.
So I did take a class with Steve Culver at the New England School of Metalwork, but that was
Oh.
like 6
Yeah, I
or
don't
8
know if
years
there's a
ago.
time limit on that or not.
Yeah, I don't know if there is either. That'd be a good question for somebody.
I wouldn't think so. I think being you had instruction.
Yeah, I mean, I still have the
Cut it off.
certificate from the class and
Right.
everything, and
Mhm.
I'm just trying to.
I'd have to look into the rule.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't know what else I would do. Probably just do another integral of some sort. 'Cause that's what I do best. I tell you what, the one I struggle with most is guarded handles or guarded knives with guards. Especially getting that fit up, and I think more than anything, I haven't done a lot of them, and so I just don't have a lot of experience getting that fit up, and I don't have a mill. I don't know any of kind of the more traditional techniques for getting the guard fit up to the blade without having a mill, um, and just using, like file guides and files, or engravers and stuff like that. Um,
That's always a struggle. I'm struggling with one right now. I'm on my second guard on the knife.
oh, geez. Yeah.
I I had it. The guard fitted really really good. I had to
Mm.
actually pound it on.
Oh, nice.
It
Wow.
fit really good, and then I fire etched it, and everything changed.
Oh, no.
Just sloppy. It was all sloppy on.
Ugh.
So
Oh, man.
so yeah, I'd start all over.
I gotcha.
That's
Yowza. Oh, wow. I can see it looks like you got a couple different mosaic patterns in there.
am I too close?
No, it's just in general, it's hard to get it to focus on the
Yeah.
screen. Here, actually try it again. I'll pop you up to the big screen.
Oh,
Make
okay.
you oh, let's see. Let's see. I'll make you the big screen. Hopefully that helps. It looks almost like you got, especially the lighter colored one, looks almost like a spider web.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's actually a checkerboard radial.
Right.
It's got nickel in between all
Right.
the checkerboard. Then
Yeah,
the other pattern in it is these little dots. They're actually hexagons.
I see.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how that turned out. Even the spine.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's great on the
I
spine.
I couldn't bring myself to engrave it. It looked so
It looks
cool.
great. Well, and I think if you nail it like that on the spine with the pattern, then you don't have to. You don't have to embellish it.
Yeah.
It's already there. In fact, if anything, it would
Huh?
potentially take away from it. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's those stylists. I keep trying to some of the conversations I talk to or talk about in the Q&A and with just like friends in general is like I feel like constantly striving to basically collect techniques and skills and constantly learning, I think is really important, at least for me personally, because I get bored really easily. I was just recently diagnosed with ADHD, which helps to explain a lot about my personality and also the way my brain processes information and thinks. And so but I think by collecting those different techniques and skills, actually create more versatility for yourself as a creative in this medium to make stylistic choices, to making informed decisions rather than just following a kind of a prescriptive kind of I do this and then I do this and then I do this and so on. You can stop and make those choices based on what's already going on in the material and letting the material kind of guide part of the design process, because it sounds like you were already planning originally to do some sort of maybe engraving or file work or something along the spine, and then you were cleaning up and you're like, whoa,
Mm.
never mind, that looks awesome.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. I do that a lot. I kind of let the material decide what it wants
sure.
to do. Even in the pattern development, I like to be surprised.
Right.
If I'm trying out a new technique, something I haven't done before.
Yeah.
That to me, that's one of the greatest things. Pull it out of the acid etch and go, oh, holy cow, it did that.
Right. Yeah.
Even if I have some idea of what it's going to look
Yeah.
like, every once in a while, it'll do something that just spectacular.
I think I've gotten to a point where I can't not see what it's gonna look like. And it's not that I can't not etch it. It's like I know that what's happening. In my brain, I can see
Yeah.
exactly what's happening. So I don't get that surprise very
Well,
often. It's when I make mistakes is
That,
when I get those surprises, and at first, I'll be annoyed and I'll be pissed, and I'm like, "Damn it, that's not what I was trying to do," and I was like, "What happened here?" But then it becomes a fun little challenge of me trying to then reverse engineer and figure out, "Okay, where did I make that mistake? How did that happen? And is this something that I can use to my advantage in the future?" Um,
yeah, the whole key to making Damascus is knowing when to distort it
sure.
and when not.
Right.
And describing there is something that Schwarzer and I believe Don Bob also talked about a lot.
Mm,
Is you're a 3D thinker.
okay.
That's I think it's something that you can maybe develop a little bit, but you kind of got to have that
Right.
in your brain already.
Yeah.
And um, it's hard to describe, but yeah, like when I'm making Damascus, I'm actually visualizing what's going on inside that villa.
Mhm.
And I guess not everybody can do that. It's one of
Right.
those gifts that we give.
Yeah, and I do from time to time, I do think about how fortunate it is, um, for me to have a brain that processes information in that way that is actually useful to what I actually do, rather than if I did data entry or something like that, it's not very useful there. I feel very
It's
lucky.
funny. It's funny though. I can, I looking at people's work, I can spot that in if they're a 3D thinker or not.
Oh, sure.
I spotted it with your work right off the bat.
Oh, wow.
3D thinker,
Yeah.
like Salem Straw. He's probably like a multi-dimensional
Sure. He's in the 5th dimension.
thinker. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, his work's phenomenal. Well, and that actually, I guess that brings up another question for me, or for you, from me for you, is how you've, because like I said, you've kind of been on the forefront, when, especially as knife making has become more and more of um uh, uh, and I still feel like it's a subgenre of blacksmithing, but it is becoming. Well, I don't know. Actually, maybe I think it's become become more mainstream. But how you've seen it kind of develop from when you first started and knew nothing and nobody to where it is now, and some of those kind of major steps that you've watched as this craft has evolved over the last 40 years.
Oh, it's amazing. Um,
Yeah,
I typically submit a knife to a contest, late show
yeah,
judging, and every year I walk into that room, I'm like, it just can't get better than this. But then the
yeah.
next year it does.
Wow.
I'm always just floored at what people are doing. There you get to see stuff made all around the world.
Sure.
The very best stuff is their best stuff that they're entering competitions.
Sure.
Uh, just awesome. Uh, I have no idea how it can get better.
I
Yet
mean,
it does.
yeah. Well, I think part of that is that as the craft has grown and more people have become more involved in it, I mean, realistically, like we're all you come from ranching. I come from washing dishes. You know, 12 years ago, I was washing dishes in a restaurant. But we all have these different brains for processing and creativity that we come to this craft with. And I think the more people that are exposed to it and the more people that partake in it, whether they're doing it at a hobbyist level or more professionally, they're bringing that with them. And we all have a different perspective, like, you know, we all have our different perspectives and we bring that to the craft, and it just and with the level of visibility, now today,
Yeah.
somebody can go into Blade Magazine, they can go into Instagram and Facebook, they can look all over the internet to just do an image search of Damascus, and they can come up with millions of resources versus what you had
Right.
available to you when you were first starting out, right? And
Oh
even
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
You can learn. You can learn more in just a few hours looking at stuff on the internet. Me years
Right.
on my own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a whole new deal,
Sure.
man.
And do you feel like it's evolving for the better?
Oh yeah, yeah. I like looking at other people's stuff because I gain influence from it. You know, uh, back in the day, one of the best pieces of advice I ever got,
Mhm.
this is probably mid '90s or so.
Okay.
Guy at a show told me, when you get back, he said, don't just thumb through your Blade magazines. He says, you go through there and find the stuff that you like, cut that out. He says, I have a sheet of plywood in my shop.
Mm.
He says, I pin the knives I
Yeah.
like. I cut my blade up and pin them up.
Right.
Well, you don't have to do that now.
Right. You can just bookmark it on Instagram
Online.
or
Yeah,
on your web
yes,
browser.
yes, but yeah, that for young guys coming up, that will influence you. What you surround yourself with
Yeah.
does influence you.
Absolutely. Whether it's conscious or unconscious. Obviously, I think
Exactly.
it's I mean, I'm in it now, and then you're part of this evolution of social media and internet and stuff too, and having all these visual references. Um, Sometimes I do wonder if I should limit how much I see out there or not, but I think there honestly isn't anything wrong with being inspired by work, because from a creative perspective, I'm not necessarily trying to recreate something somebody else is doing. I'm seeing I'm really taking literal inspiration where I see how they've done something, and then I see how I can put my own personal twist on it. And I think that is that constant and continuous evolution that everybody, I think, can really benefit from. I know that there are definitely some makers who are like, this is, I came up through the school of the hard knocks, and there's obviously merit from it, and it develops you differently as a maker, and to really appreciate what you have now versus, it seems like, some makers, they've been making knives for a year or two, and they're already selling work for $1,000 or a couple $1,000s, and it's pretty incredible. And some of the work is definitely justifiably valuable, but you know it's obviously it's different when you had to go through years of training or practice and making mistakes and going through the journeyman smith and master smith testing process to get to a point where you've developed enough respect amongst your peers and word of mouth and reputation amongst collectors to where you can sell your work for a couple $1,000s, a few $1,000s, which is still is honestly still a great price point. um yeah, and
Yeah,
make a
and
living from
all
it.
of the, I've benefited from all of the people I've met. Great teachers
Yeah,
like Schwarzer and Don Fogg and of course the Montana Mafia guys too.
yeah,
I wouldn't be where I'm at without those guys
sure,
sharing the information.
absolutely,
Daryl Meyer too was a big inspiration for me.
for sure.
In fact, that pattern I just showed on that blade of Daryl Meyer.
Oh, okay,
And yeah, that's a funny story. First time I met Daryl
okay.
was at Blade Show, and I walked up to the table and told him, "You're my mentor," and he didn't like that.
Oh,
He was kind of taken back a little bit, and says, "Well, why you say that?" I said, "Well, I'm making radio patterns." He says, "Well, you don't want to copy this." I said, "Well, I'm not copying it, but I think I'm using kind of the same techniques." I said, I ran back to my table and brought him a knife and showed him the radio pattern.
right.
And he looked at it and said, "Oh," I said, "yeah, you're not copying."
That's great.
It had like W radio,
Okay, yeah,
and that had never been done.
yeah. And when you're just
That's what. Have you ever? I was going to ask you this.
yeah,
Have
go
you
ahead.
ever found W's anywhere in antiquity in any other? Because I've looked,
I
like
have.
gun barrels, and
I have. Actually,
where
some of the sword I've been working on the last couple of years. I've been working on recreating some mosaic Damascus sword patterns that are found in ancient Roman spatha that were originally made between 50 AD and 450 AD, and they have W's patterns in them. And they were doing it
really,
doing it very intentionally. And they're actually, what's challenging about decoding some of these patterns is that they're using them in what we would consider unconventional ways, where they're making a W's bar and then they're cutting it in half down the middle and then folding it back on itself, kind of situation. It's
mm,
very interesting. And but they're definitely doing it intentionally. How they were getting to that point, I don't know exactly the process, because a lot of that stuff was passed down through oral tradition and stuff like that. But so there aren't really
oh,
any kind of
that's interesting because
eh,
I'd looked all over and I never found
yeah.
like
Well, and if you look up, what is it, the palmette patterns, and I can also send you some resources, but the
yeah, do that.
palmette patterns, um, if you look at them and think about what I just said about forging a W and then splitting it and folding it back, book matching it basically to itself,
Right.
um, it's 100% a W. And
Oh, that's cool.
yeah, it's really interesting, and it's cool that, and I think Don Fogg is credited with this either in pioneering or kind of, I guess now
I, I think
rediscovering the W.
Jimmy Fikes. I
Oh,
think
Jimmy
Don
Fikes did.
credit. Yeah, I
Oh,
think he
Don
credits.
credits Jimmy Fikes. Really?
I
Okay.
think so.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because
Okay.
for a lot of years I was credited to Don Fox.
Okay. And
I
see, I
think
was,
Dunkerley had mentioned he asked Don about that. He gave credit to Jimmy Fikes.
oh, that's so interesting, because I've been giving Don Fogg credit after a conversation I heard him and Josh Smith having on Josh's um podcast, the Josh Smith podcast. I swear I heard Don saying something about pioneering the W's pattern,
Well,
forging it on accident. But if I'd be
I'm
curious. Yeah, go
yeah,
ahead.
I'm sure that he pushed it way further than even Jimmy.
Sure. Yeah. Mike Poor is also jumping in here. He says there are some examples for Chris swords, on Chris swords, from Indonesia. He's going to bring him to Olympia. I guess he's got. I have a class coming up this fall,
Oh,
um, talking kind of like advanced Damascus theory and trying to help people kind of understand how my brain thinks about Damascus. Obviously, like you said, through that 3D thinking, sometimes you got it and sometimes you don't. But been trying to figure out systematic ways for people to kind of understand how I think about and look at patterns. And so Mike's going to be down taking that class. And it sounds like he's got some Chris's he's going to bring down. I've
oh,
never seen
cool.
the W's pattern in a Chris. I've seen a lot of
I
other
haven't
crazy
either.
patterns. But yeah.
Yeah, there's some patterns they did. I haven't really figured out.
Yeah, there were a couple too
That,
that it took me a while to figure out some of the more challenging ones. And they were the examples I saw were at the Eugene Knife Show. There's always a display of
mhm.
Chris swords
Yeah,
there, and there's a
that's
really,
where I saw him. That's where I saw him too. And yeah, they say there's stuff there.
yeah. There's a couple I was
Yeah, they
just
were
like,
genius.
what the hell? The only way I could think about that they've done some, like especially the one with the chevrons, is kind of actually similar to the modern technique by just pressing them in a form and then forge
Uh-huh.
welding them together. But all I could think is like how labor intensive that had to have been to accomplish that in, what was it, like the 1600s, 1700s, they were making those swords like that. Yeah, it's amazing. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
and then on the materials.
Right. Yeah. How are you differentiating between
Yeah, yeah.
and some of them have upwards of like 4 or 5 different colors in them. And so how
A
are you?
lot of meteorite. That
Yeah.
was kind of thing with the
Mm,
heavenly steel
right.
versus the earthly steel.
Yeah.
You had to have that balance.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, super cool. Well, I think you've done it. I
Yeah.
feel like you've done a really great job of maintaining a level of relevancy, especially with the work that you do, which we haven't actually gotten into any pictures yet, but we will in a little bit. Um, but also through being involved with the ABS at the level that you are, especially regarding the judging. But you're still, I feel like you really still set a really strong standard for the level of work that a mastersmith is capable of, or should be considered capable of. Um, and I think that's really awesome. And I love that you continue to inspire through your own work, especially, but also helping through the judging, of helping people to maintain a high level of, or high standard of work. Do you currently are you teaching classes? Do you do demonstrations at Hammerin still?
Oh yeah, yeah. I demonstrate at Dunkerley's every year.
Which is in July, is that correct? Or is that late
Yeah,
June?
well, he moved to Pennsylvania now, so
Oh, he's in
not,
Pennsylvania now.
well, I don't know. I don't
Okay.
know that he's going to have a hammer. This
Okay.
year it was over at Steve Foster's place.
Oh, right.
So,
Right.
so that'll probably continue, and I couldn't make it over
Okay.
there this year. But yeah, and I do classes too, right? Basically one-on-one.
Yeah.
You know, my shop is so small I can't do hammering like I
Yeah.
did when I was out.
Sure.
So, but yeah, I'll do two or three students at a time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you
Eric Fritz and I are talking about. He's got a big new shop,
oh, nice.
and so we're talking about maybe doing some classes there.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, the trick is just having space to move around, right? A lot of people ask me if I teach classes at my shop, and I'm like, no. I can barely fit in there myself. Um,
uh,
um,
that's kind of the way my shop is.
yeah.
I got it crammed
Yeah.
full.
Well, and honestly, like there are spaces that are starting to really get themselves set up. Like obviously there's the New England School of Metalwork where they offer classes, but there's also Coal Iron Works. They're a company that makes hydraulic presses, and I believe they're over in Indiana, and they have actually built up a school that is, I mean, obviously they make the presses, so they're really, really well set up for holding classes where multiple people can be working under presses at the same time. I think that's also like the tool limitation, just in general, limitation of forging equipment, forges, grinders. Like those are the biggest things, right? And unless you have
Right.
at least 4 or 6 of each, it's hard to really run a class.
Yes. Yes.
So, but I could see you teaching classes at places like that. Is that something that you think you're interested in doing more of, or?
Oh yeah. Yeah. And I have taught classes.
Yeah. There's also the Center for Metal Arts.
I did
Oh,
the
go ahead.
yeah. I went to the ABS school down in
Oh,
Washington.
right. I've never been to that. I don't even know what that school looks like. And there's the new Bill Moran Foundation school over in
Yeah.
Maryland, which
Yeah. There's a bunch of
would be
schools
a
in
good
the
resource
country.
for folks too. Yeah, it's cool that they're
Yeah.
getting set up to take more people on at the same time. I guess down in Arizona, what's it? I think it's Grizzly Iron Works. Has a pretty solid setup down there as well.
Yeah. Oh, Colorado too.
Oh, really? Where?
Uh, I tell you,
It's okay.
but Rotobot told me.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's an ABS sponsor.
Okay.
School running that.
If you go somewhere and teach, do you try to only teach at ABS sponsored schools, or is that
Oh no,
okay? I
did
know
a
a while.
private class.
Yeah. And for what is it? I feel like it's probably been close to 10 years ago now, but you made a video series with, was that with Dunkerley?
Yeah, that was in my shop.
Yeah. And was that just a couple videos, or is it?
Yeah, it was a two video set.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Only have 3 copies left.
Yeah. Well,
The guy that did the video, he kind of went out of business. He sold us
I got you.
DVDs.
Right. But you must be able to make extra copies with that if you need, right? You
Oh
have
yeah, I
the
probably,
digital.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, it's really cool to see what like Kyle Royer has been doing. Have you seen his online courses that
Oh
he's
no, I haven't.
he's been doing? Yeah, and it's kind of and honestly,
Oh,
like
oh yeah. Yes, I have. I have seen a few of those. Yeah, they're really good.
yeah, Jason Knight also, of course, he's been doing his
Mhm.
Forged series, and I feel like those have really set up good examples for how, um, especially since you guys already have the video, how you could probably break it up because it's probably already is broken up into kind of like different chapters or different step phases. You can break that down, and obviously there would be some work involved with that, but break it down and then sell it as an online course where then it just lives in perpetuity online.
Sure.
Yeah, because again, like the work that you and Dunkerley do, is it only Damascus
Yeah,
or is
yeah.
it
We
getting the
focus
folders?
we basically focused on radial patterns. Um, I did one with my technique, and Dunkerley did his with his, and
I got you.
then we combined them together.
Oh, cool.
But we did go over a lot of the other patterning.
Right. Can you define?
Twists.
Sure. You have mentioned the radial patterning. Can you define for us what when you say radial pattern, what you're referring to?
Um, Basically, you get the pattern that you want on the end reed of the bar,
Hmm.
and then I split it down the middle
Okay.
like a bow tie from both sides. So it looks like a bow tie.
And that's
And
with like a triangle cutter on the top
yeah,
and bottom, right?
yep,
Okay.
yep, yep. And then cut that bar in half so you have four of them, and then restack those together.
Right.
Weld them back together. So all the pattern comes to the center.
Sure. Hence it radiates from a center. Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, Daryl Meyer is the one that rediscovered it. Um, it had been done at least in the 17th century.
Okay.
It's, see it in gun barrels.
Oh, right. The
Look like,
chrysanthemum pattern.
yeah, they look like orange flags
Yeah.
actually.
I've seen that one. My friend Peter Swarsbert has showed me. He has a book that has some of those examples, and it's still pretty impressive and hard to understand how they're accomplishing that because those circles are very regular and controlled and side by side by side all the way around as if you had stamped them into place. It is
Yes,
really impressive. um,
especially in a gun barrel
especially
too.
in a gun barrel.
You know, yes, that's one of the most difficult things.
Right.
Wrapping it around the man,
Right.
keeping that.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, they were doing awesome stuff.
absolutely.
I I have a little pistol that my dad brought back from what he got in Italy,
Okay.
World War II. That has a Damascus barrel,
Oh, wow.
muzzle loader, double barrel muzzle loader, and it was made in Belgium in 1848.
Oh, holy smokes.
And, and it's all twist patterns, but they are so precise. Every twist matched up with the other.
Wow.
And those matched up when they
When they
wrapped them
wrapped
around.
around. Holy smokes.
And I don't think I could make that
There's
barrel.
a lot of pre-planning.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they had to do, hundreds of them in order to get that
To
precise,
get that process down,
or
right?
thousands.
Yeah, because that's just I imagine. I mean, somebody might be able to think it out and plan the exact density of twists and everything, but
Mhm.
otherwise, trial and error. Yeah, you could be
Yeah,
after it for years before you nail it right.
yeah.
I know Steve Culver. Steve Culver has been chasing the chain pattern for a long time. I don't know. He's come close. I feel like, um, but he hasn't quite. I think got it yet. But
Yeah, he's done really great work.
yeah, especially with the gunsmithing and making the
Yeah, with the gun barrels. yeah, nobody was doing that really.
Right. Especially in the States, right? Mostly, like you said, most of them
Yeah,
came from Europe and Belgium.
yeah.
Were the gun barrels being forged somewhere else? I feel like there was somewhere else in like Germany area where gun barrels were being made.
I'm, I'm not sure.
Okay.
All I know is it was made in Belgium.
Yeah.
Yeah, very well. Somewhere else.
Right. So what I'm curious with the extent of your knowledge and skill and talent, um, what you're seeing, if anything, still today. I mean, I'm sure you're a very creative person. You're very interested in new stuff and what other people are doing. What are some of the things that are inspiring you that are really kind of piquing your interest, or not even things that are necessarily in the realm of what you're doing? They could even come from like glass or woodworking or something like that. But what are some of the things that are inspiring you that you are integrating possibly into some of the processes and techniques you're using for your knife making?
Well, you young guys, one thing. Holy cow, the stuff that you guys are doing, man. Uh, uh, and a lot of it I see is kind of derivatives of what we were doing in the Montana Mafia.
Sure.
You guys just taking that and run with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm blown away.
Very cool.
I think you're the only one that I really know out of that whole mosaic bunch of young guys.
Oh, okay.
I don't. Um, I may have met some of them, but
Sure.
I have. I see Salem Stroud stuff.
Yeah.
He blows my mind.
Yeah. Me and Salem have really been on a kick lately of overlapping and weaving patterns, kind of
Yeah.
trying to accomplish that real sense of depth of things passing over and under each other. The basket weave pattern has been around since time immemorial. Honestly, it's one of the earliest. Even it's actually found in some of those ancient Roman sword patterns. Is
Oh,
the
really?
basket weave is, um, and and so yeah, I think both he and I have seen that, and we're like, gosh, like it does create an interesting effect. You get that basket weaving effect, but I feel like we could make it just a little bit, we could push it a little bit farther so it really has some depth. And so I think both he and I have really, and he does a really incredible job keeping it highly regimented. I have a tendency to let it deform or distort a bit so it
Mm.
has kind of a funky flow to it. But yeah, he's constantly inspiring. I love looking at his work, especially like he just came up with one recently that has this kind of Celtic knotwork kind of weaving effect
Yeah,
over the top of it with the edge bar
saw
along
that.
the edge. Yeah, it's really
That
nice.
and
The
the
chains that
chain
he's
links.
doing, yeah, and the chains that he's doing are
Oh
different
man.
from the traditional chains, which is cool. It's cool to see his take on it, for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, he's doing awesome stuff.
Yeah, but no, you're. Yeah, I saw one of your weave patterns. That's several, probably 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh,
Holy cow, that one blew my.
it was probably one of my first, uh, what did I call it? The briar patch, because it ended up having this, as the pattern distorted, it ended up where they came back together. It came together kind of in points, like thorns, and so it had more of this viney, thorny kind of look to it rather than the more regimented. I was going for straight lines, which is really honestly incredibly challenging to do if you're forging the steel at all. Unless you're going straight into a pattern, straight lines is basically not a thing that occurs naturally. um,
Yes, that and circles.
and circles for sure.
Circles are very difficult. Like like the gears that I
Oh,
did.
right,
I had to come up with a whole new technique to keep
right.
gears round.
Let's see, where's
Because
the
anything you put round in a box,
yeah,
it's going to want to go square.
exact, yeah, right. Yeah, you did it.
Yeah, they're mostly round.
Yeah, no, I think you did a good thing there. I like that. I want to. Let's see.
Oh, by the way, on that knife,
Yeah.
and most of the steampunk knives I've done, you'll
Yeah.
notice the the gears in the blade are the same gears in the texturing in the bronze on the handle. I
Ah,
use the same gears.
I got you.
I made the die out of the gears that I put in the Damascus.
I see. Are you giving away techniques? Are you giving away your secrets here
Yeah,
right now?
yeah,
A
yeah.
little bit. All right.
No, that's okay.
I won't
No,
make you
it's
dive.
not a secret.
I won't make you dive more into it, but I see what you're
No, no,
getting at.
no, it's not a
That's
secret.
cool. That's cool. Um, and I guess before I would like to go through some of these pictures or some of these different
Okay.
pieces that we sent pictures of. But before that, I just want to ask, going forward, what do you see for yourself? You're still rocking and rolling, making knives. Um, how much longer, I guess, do you see yourself doing it basically until you can't physically do the work anymore?
Oh
what
yeah.
what what kind of goals do you have for yourself in the coming years? What are some kind of projects that you are comfortable sharing, that you have coming up, that are maybe some newer things for you?
Um, I'm going to do a Dragon Eye folder. It's an automatic
Okay.
or a double action auto
Okay.
where you actually push the eye
Oh,
to fire the blade.
I like that.
And the eye will have an eyelid. That'll be the safety. Close the eye, and you
Okay.
can't push the button.
Right.
So that's in the works.
Okay.
Within the next few years, I think
Okay.
get that. I've had that thing drawn up for probably 5 years.
Right.
I have. If you were able to see my shop, I have drawings.
I have seen your shop, so I know.
Oh yeah,
I've
you
seen the
have. Yeah,
drawings
yeah,
all over the
yeah.
place. Yeah.
So there's.
If you want to see
I'll never
Shane's
get.
drawings, you'll have to take a private class with him.
Yeah, you want to look up as you walk in my shop.
For sure.
I
Yeah.
got a lot of drawings up on the ceilings.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I've got more stuff drawn up than what I'll ever get to.
Okay. It sounds
Yeah,
like a similar problem I have.
I just kind of roll with flow.
Okay.
I don't have any set goals or anything, because I never know where I'm going to get inspiration.
Okay.
When I get inspired to do something, holy cow, nothing can stop me.
Sure.
I got to go through.
Right. That's awesome.
Kind of like this dragon.
Yeah. I guess another question I just had popped in my head, because I know that you've obviously, you're married, you have a great family. Um, how have you found, because you've been doing knife making full time for quite a while now, right?
Since
Since
'98,
'98,
that's when I went
just before you got
when
your
I went
master.
absolutely
Okay.
full time. Yeah.
So
Yep.
that's a solid bit of time to be doing it professionally. I would say I would consider that professionally. You're doing it full time. It's your main source of income. Um, your wife is a teacher, correct?
No, she works for a company called Deep
Oh, okay.
Developmental Education Assistance Program.
Okay.
So she works with handicapped.
I see. Okay. Um, but you found a way to run knives, or to find success and be successful as a knife maker professionally as your full-time job. What are some solid takeaways that you might be able to offer as advice to, either like even when you were first getting into it in '98, say, or even before that? What is some advice that you'd offer yourself, or to a younger version of you, so that you would get to the place that you're at now either sooner, or just to plan, this is some of the stuff that's going to happen. What are some of the speed bumps? What are some advice that you would offer for people who are seeing this potentially as their path, because they're just so deeply obsessed with it, and it's such a strong creative outlet for them, like it is for you and for me. What is some advice that you would offer to those people trying to pursue this as a career?
Well, I wouldn't be able to do what I do without her. She's got the steady income.
Sure.
Just about every knife maker I know that does what I do is feast and famine.
Sure.
So you're going to have these long stretches where you've just gone to a show, you get a lot of money that goes away real
Right.
quick, and you're in the famine.
Right.
So you have to have some way to fill those gaps.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I say, that's the main thing. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah. And
So yeah, that would be my advice. Have a wife. Have a wife that's willing to work too.
yeah, a steady source. That's because
Yeah.
that's exactly the same as us. It comes in we call them waves. We got the money coming in, and then when I'm working on stuff, there's no money coming in. I'm getting ready for shows, and then there's a show, and I sell some stuff, and then so stuff sells, and it's like cool. I just made a ton of money, but then the reality is like I also spent 3 months not making any money, so that makes up for that, or so I didn't actually make a ton of money. And we found a way for us personally to kind of develop a buffer over time to help kind of be that cash flow in between, so that we are continually kind of growing our savings, and being able to survive or sustain, I guess. We're more than surviving. We're sustaining between those gaps. But yeah, that is I think one of the things that I think a lot of makers might not realize is that it is kind of like there's a massive fluctuation of when that income is coming in.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
And then go
And
ahead.
and you have to do shows.
That was going to be my next question.
Shows that kind of burnt me out on traveling.
Sure.
I used to really like to travel. Not so much anymore. I like it when I get there.
Right.
But I like it a lot more when I come back.
Sure. Have you found I'm sorry, I guess, is your wife close to retiring? Do you think that in the future that you guys might, because I think part of the burnout in traveling for shows is that it's hit it and quit it. It's so fast. You fly down, but then you're there for maybe 4 or 5 days, then you come back. And you don't really get like the time you would get, not I guess, in a quote unquote vacation. I haven't had like a real vacation in a long time. Usually there's work somewhere related into it, but that's how we personally have started to find our balance. And so that I'm not constantly getting burned out from travel, but also so that because our son is only 6 years old, so that my wife isn't constantly kind of stuck being basically a single mom for weeks at a time, is that we've figured out ways to bring them with me while maybe I am working, but they can still be there, and I can come back home to them at night, kind of like we would at home at our regular home. Is that something that you think you might do more in the future? Bring your wife along with you to travel, and so maybe you go down to Atlanta and do Blade Show, but then maybe you spend a week in Savannah traveling around and eating awesome, delicious food and playing in the beach or something like that, and then you go back home.
Yeah, my wife loves to travel. Yeah, we do go on.
Oh, good.
In fact, we went to Israel 4 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Spent 2 weeks over there, and it was just fantastic.
I believe it. Yeah. What was the impetus for that trip? Just for fun, or do you have some sort of heritage connection with Israel?
No. Well, I'm a Christian, so I've heard these stories all my life. I just thought I would go to where they took place.
Right.
Oh man, yeah, I highly recommend Israel.
I imagine. Well, and a place like that has so much history. I
Oh yeah. Well, and that's it. I'm a history buff too. So we've been to Greece and
sure.
Spain, and so we've done Scotland.
Mm,
Well, I did the Paris show a couple years in a row back in the early aughts.
okay.
Might have been 1999 first.
Okay.
Um, and then when we got there, uh, we would go somewhere else like Scotland from the Paris show
Right.
over to Scotland.
That's great.
Second time we were there, we just stayed in France, traveled around, stayed in castles, and
Oh, very cool. That's good.
went to a lot of armories.
Oh,
So
sure.
those are always inspiring for me.
Yeah. That's awesome. Um, Kind of to step back to the business side of things. What advice do you have for makers who are coming up and want they're looking at this for the long game? Um, like joining the ABS, how do you like when it comes to doing shows, how have you what are the things that you found help you best when you are going to shows with connecting with collectors or and being able to honestly sell your work? Um, I remember like when I did Blade Show actually the first time. Actually, I went to dinner with you and Eric Fritz and Wade Coulter. We went to this steakhouse that's nearby,
Oh
and
yeah, the Brazilian.
I didn't sell a thing, and you guys were great, and you took
Oh,
me out and took care of me because I was just like, oh, I didn't sell anything. I suck. I'm the worst. And I took it really personally. But like one piece of advice that you guys gave me is that high-end collectors, when they're looking at work as an investment, they want to see that a maker is going to be around. That they're not just going to buy something and somebody disappears. They're looking at them as investments. Um, sometimes they end up keeping the knife forever, but at the same time, they want to make sure they're placing their money in a valuable place. And so by being at the show multiple years in a row, that shows some stick to itiveness. It shows that you are doing well on your own and that you are building up reputation, that your work is going to be going somewhere or continue to have value rather than just being a flash in the pan. What advice along those lines would you give to makers who are wanting to do knife making as the long haul, like what as a career that they want to continue? Like, I want to continue doing this work until I can't physically do it anymore. And so I
yeah.
guess personally for me as well, what advice do you have?
Well, as a rule, there's 5 years
5
you got
years.
to you're paying your dues
Okay.
before you get known. And so yeah, that means doing those shows, same shows
Hmm.
for 5 years.
Yeah,
Different now just because of the internet, because you can
sure.
get a lot of exposure to stuff.
Right.
Something I got to get better at myself.
No, but I think I was having a great conversation on my other podcast, and I've talked podcast with Don Nguyen, um, and Jeff Fader the other day, and I think Don brought up a great point, and this is kind of where I've started to get to as well, is that shows are going to continue to have value because that is a place where people get to actually meet you in person. They get to see your work in person, which you just can't do through the internet. You don't really get a good sense for a person and their work through the internet, through images, even through videos. Like, you can kind of get a sense of personality, but also some people put on a personality versus what
Yep.
they're like in real life. And I think part of what people want to buy is the person like you, Shane Taylor, are somebody I respect and appreciate, who obviously has very solid skills. I would love to own work made by you. Right. And I think
But
that those, it's the
we can
same.
arrange that.
We can arrange that. Maybe I'll have to blow my wife out of the water for a 10-year anniversary. I gotta whisper this for a 10-year anniversry. Maybe I'll work on getting her a gift from you. Anyways, hopefully she
Yeah,
didn't just hear that.
I was doing all the way through the '90s and into the aughts. I was doing 5-6 shows year.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So, that does kind of burn you out on
I
traveling
believe
that much.
because that's essentially
Yeah.
like every couple months, right?
Yeah.
And so you're getting back to your shop, you're working your butt off, and then you're going to a show that
Yeah.
is a lot of
That's a lot. Yeah.
interpersonal
So
interaction for a few days, and then you
I've
go back
cut
home.
back. I've cut back to 3 shows, just all the Blade shows is what I do now.
Okay. Yeah.
Blade West, Fort Worth, Atlanta.
I got you.
Atlanta is always my best.
Sure. Have you ever had? Because I know Dunkley's been doing the AKI for several, or has done an AKI many times. Have you ever considered? Or I guess you got to be kind of invited to come do that show, and I'm sure you have to have been invited to do that show. Is that
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
kind
I
of
was.
show in interest you at all?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was invited. Well, it was the year where I had the surgery.
Okay.
I have talked about that. I had a tumor between my lungs, kind of wrapped around my heart.
Oh wow.
Yeah, COVID actually saved my life. I
Because they wouldn't have known otherwise.
wouldn't have known. Yeah, that probably would have killed me because it had grown into either my lung or into my heart.
Right.
Yeah, so I got COVID bad enough that my wife drugged me into the clinic.
You hate going to the doctor.
made me. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It made me take an X-ray, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's when they discovered it. So yeah, that whole year was just kind of shot.
Wow.
Shot.
Sure. What kind of tumor is that called?
It was a thymoma.
Thymoma.
It's really rare. It's when you're a teenager, you're supposed to lose your thymus gland.
Okay.
If you don't, this is what happens.
Oh, really?
It was all self-contained. I got it all. So
Okay.
good to go, I guess.
That's great. My wife, a little side note, I think I don't know if she'll be thrilled to know that you guys have this in in common, but when she was in her late teens, I think she was 18 or 19, she was doing sports. She was going to school doing sports, and she always had these issues with her heart rate, and I think and I guess also her breathing. And it turned out that she had a tumor wrapped around her heart that was taking up space in her upper chest cavity, which limited the amount of air that she could actually take in, which is why she really struggled with sports. And hers was called a hemangioma, I believe, and it was basically it was malignant. Like it wasn't doing anything except for taking up space. Really, it wasn't anything cancerous or otherwise. But they had to go in and they took it all out and everything and did a massive surgery. So you guys are probably. Do you have like a big scar right in the middle of your chest now?
No, actually, they went in under my armpit.
I got
here.
you. They might not have had that technology when my wife had gotten hers. It's probably newer stuff.
The gal the doctor that did the surgery, she wrote the chapter in the medical journal on how to do this technique.
That is the person you want doing it.
Yeah, I have like the greatest, and yeah, that was part of the whole miracle of this.
Wow.
Finding it, and then I got this great doctor.
Yeah.
And she was only there like 2 months after she did the surgery.
Before she moved on.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So, man, that is sometimes when you kind of like pull back.
Yeah.
And you see all the different things that come into play to make that all work out. That's really incredible.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad they caught it. I hate that you got COVID because that sucks for anybody.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that you got it so that all of that could work out. Holy smokes, what a crazy story. Yeah. Jeez.
You were going to show some pictures.
Yes, I was like, I totally kind of lost track of where we're going.
Oh, can we continue on or?
Yeah, we got as much time as you want to give.
Oh yeah, I got all day.
Okay, Well, let's do it. We're gonna be an all day. I before we get to the pictures, we
Okay.
did talk about the doing the shows consistently, and having probably and honestly, do you think going to several shows a year is the way to do it, or just have a few that you go to very super consistently?
Well, I think when you're beginning, you want to do a lot of shows.
You
Get,
okay?
yeah, just
Get
to
your name
get
out
the
there,
word, get the word out. The more people you meet,
right?
the better off you're going to be.
Okay,
Even if you're just taking like one night.
yeah, I got you. And then what about what's your take? I know you've sold work to and through Daniel O'Malley. So working through purveyors like Daniel O'Malley, what are some of the benefits you see from that relationship?
Yeah, well, I've worked with Daniel since he formed Blade
Right.
Gallery. In fact, he built my
Oh
website to
wow.
begin with. Back when that's probably one of the first outside of Don Fog, probably one of the first ones to have
Right.
a nice website.
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, it's really good advertisement. The way I look
Sure.
at it, working with purveyors.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daniel's been fantastic.
And I think that's honestly that's
He, I
oh, go ahead.
always, I always try to keep stuff to Daniel.
Yeah.
So, there's presence.
Right. Yeah, and I think thinking of it as a form of advertisement 100% is the best way to think about it because that really is what they're doing.
Yep.
Just like shows, I think with social media, a lot of people are able to make sales without a middleman. But with such a large quantity of makers out there now, I think it has saturated to the point where it's while there are a lot of people doing great work, there are also a lot of people who have room to improve, or there are hucksters out there who or shills out there selling terrible work. And so there's always going to be a need for a resource that can help guide people in the right direction or to be a trusted resource as to what is good work and what isn't. Part of that is going to shows and seeing people, meeting people and seeing them work in person. But I also think another aspect of that is working with a purveyor like Daniel O'Malley, um, who is, like you said, he's probably one of the first online high-end collectible knife purveyors, and he's been
Yep.
around, right? And he's got that reputation. He's got probably hundreds of collectors who will call him periodically throughout the month being like, hey, what do you got new? Hey, what do you got new? You got anything? And he
Uh,
buys, I think part of the way he buys too, and I've talked to him about this, is that he's almost like not necessarily a personal shopper for collectors, but he has a really great eye for what he knows is going to sell, and what people are going to want and appreciate, and also what is actually good work. And again, so that's going to make him, or purveyors in general, but especially somebody like Daniel O'Malley, who has that depth of experience and reputation, a resource for people to come to. And so looking at it as advertisement is perfect. And in fact, it's
right.
hard to think of somebody else who, especially for folders, hunters, art knives, is going to be a better resource, or trusted resource, I guess, for helping to guide a new collector as to what is quality work. And by selling through somebody like that, there's advertising that your work is quality, of a high enough caliber that Daniel O'Malley is going to be willing and happy to
Yep.
sell it and carry it and sell it, I guess, right?
Yep. Michael Donato's another
Michael
one
Donato,
that's
okay.
good. Yeah. I haven't used Michael as much as I have Daniel.
Yeah.
He's been always really, really good.
Yeah.
In fact, I had a knife that a collector was looking at the blade show here. I think I had like $5,500
Sure.
on it or something like that. He says, "Can I take this around?" I said, "Yeah, sure." He went around to a bunch of other purveyors. They were all lowballing the price until he got Mike Donato. Mike Donato said, "That's a $5,500 knife."
Oh, I see. So that
So he was right on the money.
I got you.
And I knew that's that
Who was it that was taking the knife around?
work at. Oh, the
Oh, the
collector
collector.
that was looking to buy
Right.
it.
Okay.
He wanted to make sure it was. He wanted to make sure it was worth that much
Oh,
money.
interesting.
And so yeah, I found that to be really, really interesting.
I think that shows
Michael Donato.
right.
Him.
I think that
Yeah, and it's just the integrity.
shows integrity from Michael, but I think it also shows a high level of confidence for you to be like, yeah, sure, take that knife and walk it around and see what other people think it's worth. That's that's impressive, honestly, because I feel like most people would be like, take it or leave it. You either like it or you don't. But I guess I'm guessing that it's probably a collector that you've worked with before or have
Yeah,
some sort of
yeah,
relationship with. Yeah, that's cool. Michael and Mike. So Daniel O'Malley is Blade Gallery. And Michael Donato does he have a website or
yeah. Knifepurveyor.com.
Knife Purveyor? I have heard of that site. Okay, knifepurveyor.com. That's cool.
Yeah, in fact, I think I have a couple of knives.
Nice. I remember Bill Burke before I did my first show. He also said something to the effect of he goes to shows not expecting to sell anything. He always sells out, but he goes, at least what he said at the time is that he goes to the show not expecting to sell anything, and he looks at it as a form of advertisement. It's an opportunity again for people to see him, meet him, see his work in person. And honestly, like that kind of in-person advertising, it's hard to do in general because it, it, to get to a place where you can get your work in front of thousands of people is really challenging, like physically. On through social media these days, you can post something and 2,000 people can see it and like it, right? Pretty quickly. But it's not the same as in person. And so I think looking
Yeah,
at all of that as a form of advertising is a really, really healthy way to look at it because I think a lot of makers will see like a purveyor's discount, like some take ask for a 30% discount from whatever you're asking for, like that $5,500 knife you're just talking about. A purveyor might ask for a 30% discount. While that feels, especially for a newer maker or somebody who's doing it full time, that might feel like a kick in the teeth. At the same time, it's an opportunity to advertise through somebody who has a strong reputation. I think that might be the key, is making sure that you're working or doing that kind of sell to somebody who has that reputation. Otherwise, a 30% discount to somebody who has no name and nobody trusts, that's a little steep, right? But to somebody like Daniel or Michael who have these reputations, that's a whole nother thing. I've
yeah,
also tried to tell people, look at them as like almost like a business partner at that point.
yeah.
They're a business partner helping with the sales side of things and the advertising side of things. And if you had a sales and advertising partner, they would be getting a portion of that sale, right? And 30%, honestly, at that point, that's not a bad split.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, and just the thousands of eyes that are going to see your work, with those guys,
Right.
just posting it on Instagram or something.
Yeah.
They have just such a big base.
Yeah. How have you found that the ABS has helped you with connecting with collectors, or has it been like, I know there's what is it? The CKCA, the Custom Knife Collectors Association. There are associations like that that help to kind of connect collectors with makers. Um, what has been the best way you found to connect with potential customers and collectors, especially collectors who are people who might be return collectors who come back and buy more pieces from you?
But shows are basically the only place I meet collectors, other than if they see my work, call
Okay.
me. I do quite a bit that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a pretty good base of customers.
Yeah.
All of them are getting pretty elderly.
Elderly.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the problems we're having. I've talked to Mike Donato about that. We need more younger collectors.
I see. Interesting. I mean, that makes sense because some of these collectors have probably been buying and collecting knives for 20, 30, 50 years, even some
Oh
of
yeah,
them.
I have collectors that have been buying since the 90s.
Right. Yeah.
I was doing New York
Right.
art show.
Interesting. So how do you think that would work to get, I guess, new blood into collecting, or do you think that the kind of collectors, maybe it's just a new type of collector, and not necessarily a collector that's going to buy multiple Shane Taylors and multiple Bill Burks or so on and so forth, Wade Coulter's knives, but or is it a new type of collector who will maybe buy one, but from a large variety of people? Um, because I do feel like the older style of collector was somebody who would buy a lot from a select few makers versus
Well,
somebody who's more willing.
what you're doing right here is probably going to raise, new collectors just with podcasts
Sure. Yeah, and I
and
think
social media. Social media tends to be a younger
right,
crowd. So,
definitely does.
so yeah, there's definite potential there. Just
Yeah,
getting the word out a little bit more that this is going on. Most
right.
people in the world, till Forged and Fire came along, most people in the world didn't even know we
People were still
existed
doing
out
that work. Right.
there. Yes, yes. So, yeah, Forged and Fire has been fantastic
Okay.
for the whole
That
industry.
yeah. Well, and so let's take a step into that. You know, how when that was all first starting, um, well, I guess where it started, where it's going, how it's affected in the industry. I mean, you're already saying it's definitely helped to expose so many, like millions of people, literally millions of people,
Mm.
to the work that so many of us are doing. Um, do you feel like it, but beyond that, has it been positive for the craft of knife making, custom knife making?
Oh yeah, just because of the attention it's brought to it.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
never been on. I've never been on. They
sure,
pestered me. They pestered me for a couple of years. But
sure.
it didn't really fit what I do.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, and I think that's honestly that's because ultimately, I agree. It has done a good job of bringing the attention to just a slew of people. Not obviously, not all of them are going to necessarily be collectors or potential buyers of high end custom made knives, but it's also introduced a whole new generation of potential makers. Like you said, in the last couple, I think this last year, there's like 30 plus journeyman smith who passed. The year before, there's like 50 some on, right? There are big journeyman smith classes coming up. And a lot of that, I think, has been because of the exposure that Forge and Fire has shown people that this is work that you could do. It could be or like just even a hobby or an outlet of creative outlet, but it could also be a potential career. There are lots of people who have careers in knife making who've competed on the show, and I think that kind of visibility, like we were talking about earlier, has really helped um, introduce the craft to a lot of new eyeballs, people coming to the craft from various perspectives that are doing some really wild and different stuff out there. And I think,
Yeah, well, look at the tables at Blade Show.
oh, sure,
Before Forged and Fire, there was 700-800 tables.
sure.
Now it's 1,200-1,300 tables.
Oh,
They're in 3 rooms.
right, right. I forget about the auxiliary room, even though I was in there this year. Uh-oh, Shane froze.
Oh,
Oh, are you there? Did a phone call come in?
no, yeah, froze first.
Froze for a sec. How's your
I don't know.
battery? Are you plugged in battery wise?
Yeah, I'm plugged in.
Okay,
Man.
cool. We should be good. Yeah. Um, cool. I'm trying to think if I have others questions down the line. Mike, if you got any or anybody else that's in the feed right now, if you got any follow-up questions, um, let me know because You're part of the conversation too. In the meantime, we're gonna go through some of these pieces that you have sent. You sent me some images of. Some are some that you sent me. Some are some that I've pulled offline. That are some real, I think, pieces that really exemplify the high level of creativity that you're accomplishing in your work. And we'll just kind of scroll through these and have you talk about these various pieces. This first one is uh, a batwing kukri. First off, can you
Yeah,
talk about
this,
like the whole Batwing series and where the inspiration for that is, and then talk about this piece in particular?
yeah, the bat wing kind of comes from the shape of the handle.
Right.
Uh, the first ones I made really did look like a bat.
Sure.
The handles evolved over time into what you see here on this one.
Hmm.
Just kind of the double finger groove. Sometimes just one finger groove.
Okay.
Daniel called this one kooky bat.
The Kooky Bat.
I have a special connection with kukri
Okay.
because my dad, as I talked about earlier, was
Yeah.
in with the British. He was in the Army Air Corps, American, but under the British,
Okay.
Montgomery, the British Army. So when they were in North Africa, they were having trouble with people slipping in to the ammo dumps at night. My dad he was in ordnance, so they guarded the ammo dumps, loaded bombs and planes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So these guys would sneak into the ammo dump at night, pull the lead out of the belt ammo, dump the powder up, put the lead back, so it would jam the guns, the planes.
Oh wow.
So that was getting to be a real problem. So the British brought in the Gurkhas.
Okay.
Dad said they lined us all up, told us we're out on guard duty. You feel a tap on your shoulder or a tug on your pant leg or anything like that, you freeze and don't move. Be the Gurkhas.
Okay.
So he said the first night, uh, after the first night, they were all eating breakfast, and the Gurkhas come walking back in carrying 5 or 6 heads.
Oh wow.
Said that ended the problem. Said they didn't have any problem the rest of the war. So
And the
that's
Gurkhas are Nepalese
kind of the,
infantry, right?
yeah, they're from Nepal. They're they're the only tribe when the British were colonizing. They
Yeah.
were the only tribe that they couldn't defeat. So they finally just absorbed them into their army.
I see.
They've been with them ever since.
Oh wow. That's pretty wild. And the
Yeah, that's a ladder pattern, Damascus. That's fairly simple pattern for
is
me.
this a pressed ladder, or is this, it almost looks like it might be cut.
Yeah, yeah.
It is
No,
a
I'm
pressed.
pretty sure I
It's
pressed
pressed.
that.
Okay.
And then that's a meteorite bolster, blackwood handle.
I see. Oh, the bolster's meteorite. Okay, I was wondering
Yeah, the
about that.
bolster's meteorite. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, that blackwood's beautiful. I love the carving work that you do um, in your handles, and I think that's something that's definitely an aspect and a kind of an aesthetic that I would like to start doing more of eventually, because I really love it. Visually, I really like it, and I like how it can be very subtle, but how it adds so much it can add so much character to a piece. Um, and I love the carving work that you do, which we'll see more examples of.
That
Oh, go ahead.
that one that carving really felt good in the hand. It's just right in the swell of your palm.
Sure,
So
that's great, and I think
really give you an extra little grip on the knife.
yeah, and I think that's great to keep that in mind when I think some people add things just to add them without thinking about the
Hmm.
actual functionality and the comfort of these different embellishments that they're incorporating to a piece. Um, And I think
function should always come
sure.
first.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And then when you cut in that fuller, how did do you mind my asking how you did that? Do you use a small wheel, or did you use a mill, or did you use a scraper to scrape that in?
Yes,
Perfect.
all
All of the
all
above.
the above, except the mill. I didn't put that one on the mill.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a high speed uh, tool from GRS.
Oh, great. Yeah.
320 RPM, 320,000 RPM, and then I have a 4 dome also that I
Yeah.
use.
I got you.
And then yes, files, scrapers,
Nice.
and whatever you need, whatever I need is what I
Get the
use.
job done. Yeah. That's great. No, it looks good. I really like it a lot. All right, this next piece, and we have some up close photos of this next one. This you were actually saying earlier before we started. This is a piece that you had. This is an early piece for you.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably early aughts, late 90s,
So
somewhere.
potentially before you got your mastersmith.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah. And can you talk about something that's I've always
It,
found really intriguing? So I'm trying to I want to see if I can identify some of the stuff that's going on here. Um, Looks like you got some. If I'm looking in the top left corner, you have some liners with some file work, but also some engraving work. And then part of the handle is Damascus, but it also is what looks like antique ivory, maybe mammoth ivory of some sort.
yeah, that's mammoth. Yeah, that's mammoth ivory.
Scales but you've done some carving on the scales, which I think is a really nice touch because you get to see through some of those because the outside of the ivory, especially the antique ivory, has like an oxidation layer, but by carving it, you've kind of gone down into the deeper layers, exposing some of that in a very nice and interesting way.
Yeah, that's actually what I look for in ivory. If I'm going to carve the piece, I want to be able to
Really?
go carve down into that lower layer, give it that depth.
Yes. Yeah, I love it.
By hitting that other color underneath.
Well, and what's interesting about this, and what I love, and I love that it to me it looked like that was very intentional. So it's fun to find that you actually did that was something you did very intentionally. And
Oh yeah,
I know that there's like the Westinghouse, the vintage micartas and stuff like that. They also have kind of an outside oxidation bark layer. But I've never seen anybody use it or carve it in a meaningful way. And I don't think it necessarily carves very nicely, but I could see how somebody could to kind of play with that similar effect where it's darker on the outside. And then as you carve in, you're getting to some of those lighter layers and playing with that intentionally to create some of that extra depth and that added detail.
yep, that would be cool.
Yeah,
I haven't messed around with carving that much.
I haven't either, honestly. um, what was some of the carving in the mammoth tusk? Was there a particular theme or stylistic look you're going for? I mean, I feel like it almost has like this scale. It could look like scales. It also looks like it has kind of like this vegetation quality to it.
Yeah, it's a little dragony.
Yeah. Like the neck of a dragon.
Yeah. The pattern is what my pattern dragon steel.
Dragon steel.
So that's probably why I went kind of scale look on it.
I got you. Yeah, it almost looks, I guess you could look like it, like down, especially when you look at it from the spine perspective, it looks like the scales coming off down like the neck of a dragon or something like that. Very cool. We're going to pull into just the blade now and get a little bit closer look at the pattern. So it looks like it's hard to, well, it looks like it's a radial. And it sounds like you were doing a lot of radial stuff, but this actually almost looks like it's ladder.
No, it's not a radial. It's a form of my W dragons.
Okay.
Which I developed back in either late 90s or early aughts.
Right.
you kind of got to use your imagination, but you can see dragons.
No, I
That,
mean, I definitely see dragons flying around, especially in the deeper blue, like almost kind of cobalt blue areas. They look like
yeah,
dragons flying through the pattern. It's very cool.
yeah.
And
I
for
think
anybody,
there's probably some better examples of pictures you got coming up
sure.
with the dragons.
And then for people to see some more of these pictures online, they can probably, well, they can either come and watch the video, or they can probably go to your website, right, and
Yeah,
see a
yeah.
gallery
Hey,
of past work.
yeah, TaylorKnives.com, or yeah, go to Blade Gallery.
Right.
He's got pictures of my older stuff on there.
And then what I really like that you can see in this image is that on the screws where it's holding the Damascus bolsters and it's holding the ivory to the liners, you can actually see that you've done engraving on those screws that actually matches the great engraving along the spine of the knife. And
That's
what was,
yeah. I try to keep everything cohesive. You know,
yeah, what, and
keep things in the theme.
yeah.
Whatever the piece is.
And I really like how you did that. You create this, because if you honestly, I actually didn't notice it at first when I was looking at the overall shot. And it is because it's kind of like from a little bit of a distance. But once you start, I could see if you were holding this piece, and you're getting in there, and you can see some of those details a little better, especially along the spine here. You can see that interesting engraving activity you got going on. And what's cool about the engraving, is that it actually, to me, it looks like um, looks like mosaic patterning, some of the mosaic shapes that
Uh-huh.
you created through forge welding and forging Damascus, but you've actually engraved this along the spine of it. What's that back part of the knife called? I don't know folder anatomy very well. Is that just the
Oh
spine, or what
yeah,
would you call it? The
back
back.
bar.
And the
Yeah,
back bar is the one that supports
yeah,
the tang of the folding knife, or
yeah. And so that engraving will go all the way around to the inside as well.
oh, I got you.
If you have that knife looking inside, um, that's something I've been playing with. Is using the reflection of the liner on the
Mm.
back bar to create whole images. I'll put a half image on the inside and reflects, say
Oh, wow.
like a half skull. I'll
Right.
carve engrave half a skull, and then when you look at the reflection of it, it makes the whole skull.
Right. When you're looking on the inside in the cavity where
Yeah,
the blade
the
goes,
inside.
because you're engraving the inside of that back bar too. That is a really cool idea.
I think
I
I
don't
have
think we
some.
have any examples of it here in the
Yeah, yeah. I
frozen.
think I sent you some pictures.
Oh, you did? Okay, okay,
Yeah,
cool. I'm
and
excited.
there's one picture that you brought up for looking inside the fold.
Okay,
And, yeah, there's an example there.
okay.
It might be a little hard to see
I got just one more detail shot of this one. Again, it shows those screws, the engraving on the screws, a little bit closer look at the kind of the carving of the mammoth tooth, and how those colors change within the carving. Um, yeah, and I guess another thing to ask you about is coloring the steel. Are you using bluing salts? I
Yeah,
can't. I
yeah.
was
That's a
talking to
niter. That's a niter.
Niter blue. Okay. Yeah, I think I can't remember what maker I was talking to before, but they had colored steels as well on their blades. It might have been Josh Smith. It might have been, I can't
Yeah,
remember who.
Josh. Yeah, Josh does.
And it's always been really impressive to me. Oh, it was Van Barnett. He also does a
Oh,
lot of
oh yeah.
coloration on his steel, but he's
Mhm.
using particular combinations that get particular colors. So within the same range of temperature, you get very drastically different colors just because of
Oh
the
yeah.
different steels that are incorporated in that pattern. And who pioneered, or I guess kind of started that whole trend of coloring the steels like that?
Boy, I don't know. I've been
Okay.
I've been used. I think Schwarzer is probably the one that told me about it
Okay,
first. Yeah, I've been using it since then anyway, since '95.
I got you.
It's either him or Don Fogg.
I see.
I
Okay.
got I I haven't given enough credit to Don Fogg where I'm at. Don Fogg changed my life.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, he did. He was a demonstrator at Dunkerley's Hammer. I think
Right.
it was '97,
Okay.
and we all, the Montana Mafia, stayed an extra day and just spent dawn in the
Oh,
forest.
wow. Okay.
And that's when he shared his texturing techniques to me.
Okay.
Because I was building like a small claymore sword, and I
Okay.
was wondering, how to do the guard on it with clover leaf
Mhm.
pins. He says, "Well, here's how I would do it," and took me through the whole process of making a die,
Oh, wow.
pressing those into it.
Right.
And in fact, I still have that.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, that just opened my mind up so many different directions.
Right.
But all the texturing I do,
Mhm.
that all goes back.
Back to Don.
Uh,
Yeah. All right. And we have some examples of some of that textured work. Um, let's see. I'm tempted to jump to it, but I think I should just go in order, or else I'm going to
yeah,
forget where I'm
sure.
at. All right. So this next piece. Oh, actually, well, it's starting to show. We'll do this piece, and then Mike actually came up. Michael Poor had some good questions to follow up with collectors. But this next piece is definitely a mosaic Damascus. I'm seeing some sort of prints. I don't know if it's like wolf or bear prints.
Oh, those are cat tracks.
Cat tracks. Okay,
Yep,
like a cougar.
yep, yep. I made that. That's actually one of my very first mosaics.
Oh wow,
That,
really?
that was actually that was actually made before we were doing powder. So that's a stacked billet. So I forged all of the components of the foot to shape,
Okay.
and
Oh wow.
then stacked the little round pieces of steel in around the.
Right. Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's way easier with powder.
Yeah, I would say so for sure. I'm gonna pull in a little bit closer to the blade so we can see. I'm seeing W's in there and all kinds of stuff. But those paws. So that was before you were
Yeah,
doing powder. So you were forged and then holy
yeah.
smoke.
I just made that knife last year. Uh, yeah, the steel is that old. It's laying around in my shop. I
Oh
decided
wow. That's what you
decided I
meant.
had to make something out of it. That
Yeah.
that one that one best Damascus blade west.
Oh nice. That's crazy. So this this is this is a steel that you made before you started playing with powdered steel
Yeah,
years ago.
yeah.
And then you
I would.
only just made a knife from it, and it won best
Yeah.
Damascus at Blade West. That's awesome. I love that.
Uh,
Well, and that's so cool though that it's you made it, and then it sounds like it's just kinda it sat around in the shop for a while?
well, I made quite a few knives out of it. You
Okay.
know, back when I made it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I I still have some of that steel. So I'll probably do some for the future.
I gotcha. And then you got the engraving too
Yeah,
along of the paw prints along the spine, the back bar of the spine. And a lot of your knives have this kind of crucifix, the cross with the circle. Um,
yeah. Celtic cross.
right.
I started doing that. I think back in not necessarily the Celtic cross, but I had a collector that was looking at file work, back when I was
Okay.
only doing fireworks before I started
Sure.
engraving. And he says, you need something in your file work or your engraving. It's gotta have a stop
Right.
visually.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I started across.
I see. That's good. I really like it. Let's see. I got another one here. I think this is on the inside
Okay, yeah,
of that
there's an example. And you can't really see it.
because it's straight in.
Yeah, because it's straight in. But that's where I've done half the prints, and then they reflect into the liner making.
Right. And you can actually towards the on the I guess the left side of your name, you can kind of see the inside liner, like the wall of the liner, and you can kind of see
Yeah,
how it reflects on that. But that is such a good idea. I've never seen that. And it's such a unique use of that space in there because again, it's like these sneaky little details that honestly, probably for the most part, you do for yourself, but also it's one of those ways to kind of differentiate your work from others is by adding those small, unique little details that kind of only you do or that you have pioneered. Um,
yeah, that's something I thought surely somebody else had done.
okay,
I've talked to several makers and purveyors and stuff.
sure,
That uh, Bill McHenry did something similar.
okay,
Said with one of the buttons on the switchblade. It
I
wasn't
see.
on the, it wasn't on the inside.
Mm,
Yeah, how I stumbled into that was that it's when I was doing one of the gear knives,
okay.
and
Oh, right.
the first gear I engraved on the inside of it. It's just a half gear, just half to be fit.
Yeah.
And, for some reason, I walked over and put the liners on, to look at it, see how it looked with the liners. Holy, I saw it.
Yeah. And
Oh yeah,
that's
oh
so
yeah,
great.
I can use that.
Oh
So
my
yeah,
gosh. I love
I've
that.
done it with the gears, with skulls, and several geometric patterns. It works really great.
That's
You
awesome.
just put half of the geometric pattern,
Yeah.
and, and yeah, a lot of time what happens is it kind of ends up being like an infinity gear,
Mm, sure.
especially like with the skulls. Because
Right.
you look inside, and when you see it, you're seeing the reflection of the opposite side as well. So it looks like these
It
skulls
just
go
keeps going
forever.
and going. Wow. And how do you get it to such a high polish in there?
Well, you're engraving the back part when it's off.
Sorry. But I guess
Yeah.
along the line, the inside
Oh,
of the
you mean on the
liners.
liners? The
Yeah.
liners, yeah,
Are you using
they're just polished like any.
but I guess are you using
I
a
take them.
particular steel that takes a high polish really nicely or
Well, all my liners are 15 and 20.
okay. So it's the 15 and 20. Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of Montana Mafia thing. All of our
Sure.
all of our folders, always
15 and 20.
15 and 20 liners.
Right. Is there ever I guess we're gonna kind of getting into folder talk because oddly even though you specialize in folders, I haven't really talked about some of your folder making techniques. Is that or aspects of folder making? Is there ever a concern about the I guess the especially because it's a high carbon steel of any kind of oxidation or things getting in there and making things mucky and yucky and whatnot? Um, that concern you or that you have that you take steps to help prevent.
Oh yeah. I definitely take steps to prevent it. All of my stuff is put into a hot wax bag.
Right. Is that a Steve Schwarzer
About
thing too?
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Steve taught me that years ago. And, yeah, it really does work. Um,
I
about 300 degrees. I
okay.
see where. Yeah, he did a video on that here a while back where he's just dropping the whole knife in.
Right.
I had no idea you was doing that. I do it, with the individual parts, especially with the folders.
Well, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, especially
Yeah,
because
yeah,
if
well,
you're
you couldn't.
cleaning the wax back off, you might end
Yeah,
up with some funky corners in there,
yeah,
full of wax. But see, so
and
and maybe this is a better conversation for Steve, but yeah, I remember hearing about Steve using the hot wax, and I don't know why I'd never thought about that before, but like Neil, my buddy Neil has a knife that he made when he worked with Steve, and he told me that that knife has never rusted since he made it, and he uses it all the time,
yeah,
and it's pretty shocking that
yeah.
that is that effective.
I've maybe got back one or two knives where
Really,
I've had to clean up rust, and that typically that's something that the collector has done.
they're cutting open an apple or something like that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
see.
yeah. Very, very seldom. Yeah.
And do you in your folders are you using washers or bushings or some sort of are you using bearings, steel or ceramic? What kind of
And
for your
I've only used bearings, I think, on one knife.
okay,
And, no, I use the phosphorus bronze
I got you.
machines.
Yeah,
Um, and, yeah, no, I haven't had any trouble with that.
that's great. Yeah,
In fact, I only used the bearing one time, and I saw such a minimal difference in how it worked that I just didn't think it was really a problem.
interesting. Yeah, I've always loved the way your knives open. Um yeah, the bearings are interesting and the I can't remember what the flippers. I mean, I can understand why people like it's like a fidgeting kind of situation, but for it seems like for me, for a long-term use, that the phosphorus bronze washers is probably a better way to go, just because those bearings can get gunked up and full of dust and dirt and whatnot very easily. Um, and I'm sure some people have found some good workarounds for stuff like that, but for long-term use. I mean, there's a reason. Obviously, you've been doing it this whole time. Rather than it's not because you're stubborn or anything. It's because you found that it works best. And
Yeah,
yeah, that's cool. I that's what I need to do when I want to learn folders, and I don't know anything about folders, and I know that it is a long process. Um, but even to do just a simple basic folder class with you would be really
yeah,
cool. I
yeah.
would love to
Come
do
come
that.
over. Come over. We'll do one. Uh, Eric's been talking about taking a full class. So
Yeah.
maybe we could do it together.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 3-day class.
Okay. You
You
already
can
have
you
you've
can
done
make.
it. You already
Oh
got it
yeah,
lined
you
up.
can.
You got the
Oh yeah,
curriculum
you
and
can.
everything.
Oh yeah, you can make a folder in three
I
days.
got you. Okay.
So,
Awesome. I want to jump back to the chat really quick. Mike Poor jumped in. He had some questions about collectors. Um, he actually has a few of them here. He says, first off, regarding collectors, he says, do you think the new collectors are different in that they are looking to own knives from quote unquote celebrity smiths, i.e., Joe Rogan owning one of my knives, Marco's knives, and Neil Kamimura and other like more kind of I guess people who are well known through social media. Have you do you feel like there is a collector base who is buying strictly from that group of people or who cross
I
over
I
and
um, you know um, the
oh
big name makers, always they
sorry
have
just just a second, Shane.
oh
We lost you just for a second. If you could start
oh
over really quick. You're good.
oh I said I think that's always been true. Uh,
Okay.
uh, big for big name makers.
Okay.
Uh, you know, they're buying the name.
Right.
So I think there's always been a segment.
There's always okay.
In fact,
Which makes
when I
sense.
first got my Mastersmith, there was a collector around at that time that he wouldn't buy a knife unless you were a Mastersmith.
Oh wow. Okay.
So yeah,
Unless you have it
He bought a knife for me because I became a master.
immediately. Interesting. Yeah. And I guess that makes sense. There's probably always going to be an aspect of the market that is buying based on whether somebody has a big name or not, because there's kind of a level of social currency that goes along with that, because then you can say, well, and I guess probably all collectors will be like, I have so and so's knife, I have a Shane Taylor, I have a Michael Walker, I have like they're throwing out those names along with the
Yeah.
fact that those knives are really well made. They're
Mhm.
also there's some clout that kind of goes along with that, so that people are kind of, they get that ooh effect. um yeah, interesting. And then Mike is, oh, and then he follows it up, saying, meaning Neil isn't an ABS mastersmith or in particular an art knife maker, but because he is internet famous, they want to own a piece of that. So yeah, I guess we kind of just talked about that. Yeah, that's always going to be an aspect, I think, of people's, I guess, the psychology of the way or the reason why people buy stuff is
Oh
because
yeah.
of some of that, for sure. And then he follows again with another question. He says, also, Shane, you mentioned a DVD that was done with Dunkerley and that there were only 3 left. I would like a copy. Where can I purchase it?
To, send me a text and I'll get it to you.
Send you a text. Is
Yeah,
your phone number
50.
readily? Is your phone number online, or should people send you an email? Do you have a store or something where people can buy it through on your
Oh,
website? Or
well, I have a website, but I haven't kept it up to date.
okay, so
No,
probably
best.
either email or text would probably be the best
Yeah,
way.
email. Yeah, email me to
And your
Shane
go
at
ahead.
taylorknives.com.
Okay,
That'd
Shane.
probably be best.
Yeah, Shane at taylorknives.com. He, and you're
We
probably
were
really,
selling
oh, go ahead.
we were selling them for $100, but once we bought all of them, we decided it's been out for quite a while. We cut the price. It's
Okay,
$50 for the 2 disc set.
right. Oh, it's 2 days. So there's probably what, like 5 or 6 hours worth of
Yeah, I'd say
instruction
so.
in there.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cool. All right, Shane at Taylor Knives. Go get yourself one of the last ones. If they buy it, will you sign it?
Sure.
I would want you to sign my copy if I got one of those.
Yeah, you bet.
Right on. Okay, this next one um is a really interesting example. You use, I believe, yeah, gold in the surface of the knife, which
Yes.
I still haven't really seen anybody else do. And I love the way you incorporate the gold into the pattern. Um, I
That's
think it's
another one of those that I did, and I had no idea nobody else had ever.
right. Well,
Yeah,
and this,
I
yeah, go
can't
ahead.
find an example of anybody hadn't done it before I did.
And
I
this
think
piece, oh, go
Bill
ahead.
Burt's done it. Bill Burt's done a few of them now.
Yeah, he started to incorporate them onto the blade, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
I love it. And this is a feather. This is a serpentine feather. Would you call this a river of fire? Or is this,
Yeah. Yep. That's
you call it
Bill
a
Burt's River of Fire, which is
and
a derivative of my pattern, the W Dragons.
right, okay.
So yeah, Bill. But when I first discovered the W Dragon pattern,
Mhm.
I was challenging people to figure it out. I wasn't.
Oh,
I wouldn't give them the formula.
okay.
And uh, Tom Ferry was the first one to figure it out.
Okay.
He walked up to my table and threw this tile down on the table.
Oh, nice.
Yep. You got it, Tom. And then Bill came out in the early aughts, and it's when my forge was still at the ranch.
Okay.
Yeah, he figured it out while he was there,
Oh, nice.
and he carried it on and did. That's where that came from.
This river of fire.
He took
So,
it to, yeah, he took it a step further.
yeah. So this pattern is called the River of Fire. It's a feather, but it's serpentine. So instead of it just being a straight cut down through the middle, it's got a serpentine or wavy activity to it.
Yeah.
And in that pattern, there is gold in the surface of the blade as well as the bolsters on the knife, on this folder knife. And the folder bolsters line up, looks to me like absolutely perfect with the blade so that the pattern folds or flows out of the bolsters of the handle out into the folding blade,
Yeah,
which is
that
really
wasn't
nice.
easy to do, by the way.
No, I don't imagine it was.
Yeah.
Well, not only, I mean, I have ideas of how you could accomplish it, but even with that in mind, it would still be incredibly challenging to keep everything in line through the whole process of making the knife, and getting those bolsters attached and getting all the holes lined up. Not only the holes for the bolsters to attach to the liners, but the hole for the pivot and every like. Right now, thinking about all that sounds like a really big headache. um,
Yeah.
and it's really impressive, and it's an awesome example of some of your work. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Mike jumped in here. Oh, Mike says thanks. He's probably gonna be sending you an email soon. He's gotta run right now though. So this
Oh,
piece
okay.
in the bolster, or sorry, actually I want to talk about the gold a little bit more. How did that idea come to your head, or were you just looking at your blades and you're like, man, you know, it'd look really cool if there was
Yeah,
gold in
yeah,
there.
that's exactly how it happened. I looked at it and I just saw gold in it.
Right. I love
And
it.
so, yeah, I did it.
That's so good.
Yeah,
Um,
and it's simple, or I mean, it's fairly simple engraving because you just pick out a line of the Damascus and cut it out. So it's already marked on there for you.
right.
It's not something you have to draw on there. It's already there.
It's already there. But what I think is really cool about what you've done is that you not only it's not unidirectional. Like you are really following some of the like the W shapes. Like you can see
Uh-huh.
some of those kind of squished U's or sorry, the
Uh-huh.
squished V kind of shapes that you've also incorporated into the inlay. And I think that is really smart because it helps with that trick of the eye or the illusion that makes it look like this was welded into the steel, which is awesome. I love it.
Yeah,
And
then some of the lines are interrupted too.
yeah,
I'll
exactly.
discontinue them.
Exactly. It's so good. And then this is a look into the into the handle. And again, I can see now I'm starting to look for them. I'm seeing what looks like half a dragon's face
Yep.
on either side of your name. And so
That,
probably in the reflection of that, you can see the other half of the dragon's face.
that one was called Hidden Dragons.
Hidden dragons. I love it. That's so cool. And then let's see. I think I have another close up of that one somewhere. Where is it? And then can you tell me about the texture actually that you do on this liner? So you said the liners are 15 and 20, but along the edge it looks like it's gold. Is that a heat coloring or an
Yeah,
acid or salt?
that's
Sorry, salt.
niter blue.
This
Niter
is
blue ones.
that's the niter blue again, but it's gold
Mm-hmm.
this time instead, or
Yep.
kind of like a polished
Yeah,
bronze
you
almost.
can. Yeah, you can take steels to whatever color is in the spectrum of heat color.
I see.
With niter blue, it's just take your salt to that specific temperature. You got to know your steels because every steel is a little bit different color.
At different temperature. Yeah, right.
Different.
Because of their chemical composition, right?
Yep. Yep.
Right. All right.
So yeah, once you kind of know your steels, you can use that
Yeah.
to your advantage. Even with Damascus pattern, take it to a specific temperature. One layer of Damascus.
Mm-hmm. All right.
I played with that. In the early days, I played a lot. Like I did a mountain scene.
Okay.
Yeah, I specifically chose the steels for what color they were.
Oh, wow.
So the sky would turn blue. The mountains would be a blue, but a different shade of blue.
Uh-huh.
And of course, the river would be blue.
Very cool. I think I don't know what year this was made, but I feel like this might be one folder I might have seen actually in person. This has through the bolsters into the blade. Again, great job getting the everything to line up. But it has actual dragon panels forge welded into the blade and the bolsters. Is this was this one of the first picture
Oh,
pictures of dragons that you've done?
yeah. I think this was probably the very first plate Damascus in a
Okay.
canister. Yeah, probably pretty close to the first outer.
Okay.
Um,
And
so yeah, the dragons were uh, laser cut. They're approximately 100,000 thick, and, uh,
okay.
and then stacked up into a 3-inch stack, and put that in the canister and fill in the interior and exterior with powdered steel.
Sure. Yeah, it's impressive. And what's crazy is there is a lot of fine detail in this dragon, which makes me wonder how big was the original canister? Was it 2 inches by 2 inches?
Oh no, it was a 5.5 or 6 inch.
Oh wow. Holy smokes.
So
Massive.
yeah, oh yeah, you gotta have that cushion around the image, or else you're going to mangle the image.
Right. Okay.
So, yeah, for a 3-inch stack image, you should say.
Yeah.
So from the tail to the tip of his wing, he would have been 3 inches
Right.
to begin with.
Oh, I
So
see. And so you need that
so
buffer
so you
space
need at
around the
least a
boundary.
yeah, you need at least a 5.5, 6-inch can.
Right, because
The more cushion you have, the better it's going to be.
right, because if your pattern was all the way at the boundary of the can, there would be some serious distortion because of the way that the outside of the can or the billet just in general, even if it's just most pattern welded patterns, um, the outside of the billet moves very differently to the inside of the billet. And if it's the pattern or the image went all the way to the edge, it would get severely distorted. And this looks awesome. And at this
Yeah,
point,
you can't.
probably maybe half inch tall.
Oh, not even. No, yeah, it'd be
Oh wow.
smaller than 3/8 maybe. And then if you look, there's actually another white dragon
I did
that's
see that
smaller.
right at the transition underneath the pivot post or
Yeah,
the
out on the
trim
tip.
post. Right. Oh, I see. So it's almost like it's framed by those, and then you have W's explosions on the outside, or
And
kind of
then if you look right in between the two dragons, the big dragons,
yeah.
that's a real good example of W dragons.
Right. No, it's good, and I've seen them now, and I think I might have done a pattern similar to that.
Yes, you have. I've seen that.
No, I didn't know that you yeah.
I know. I
And
know.
so
Yeah, there's a bunch of you young guys that have done that without
I
knowing.
that actually makes
So
me wanna revisit that pattern and do it again, intentionally, and give you all the credit in the world. It's I yeah,
yeah.
I
Well,
won't go into it.
you definitely know how to do it.
Yes, I'm looking at it now, I'm like, "Oh, wait, yes, that is super familiar." I know exactly what I'm looking at. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's awesome.
the real key to doing it is in the stack at
Right.
the beginning.
Yes. Yeah, it's
You have to have those wide bands on on the outside of the billet and then in the
mhm,
middle.
yeah. I think, it's always intriguing to me how you can make it different, you can change the way a billet is stacked up, um, by adding a heavier band on the outside or maybe even in the middle or something like right and how that will affect the overall aesthetic of the pattern. um hmm, very
Oh
cool.
yeah, if you look at the little dragons, the one right above the bolster,
Yeah.
he's hidden under the bolster. Yeah, those dragons, I purposefully put the W pattern next to them so uh, to represent them breathing fire.
Right.
So you kind of see a fire coming out.
Oh man. Oh man, that's got my brain working now. I'm like, how could you incorporate fire coming out? And that's a radials W, right? That's
Oh
what the
yeah,
white
yeah,
dragons.
yep,
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
It's
I cut it. I cut it a little funny.
but the effect is really great. Whether you did that on purpose or not, the effect is awesome.
No, yeah, I did that on purpose.
Nice. I love it. Let's see. Let's
You can
see.
see it out on the tip a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see the other details. Oh yeah, I want to get into the carving because the carving on this handle is really intense. This is more. Is it? It's a mixture of mediums. It looks like it's wood and ivory. Is that correct?
No, no, they're both. It's both. They're both fossil ivory.
Oh
The top
really?
is the top is mammoth ivory, and the
Okay.
bottom is fossil colors. So
Yeah.
yeah, the carving when you actually hold the knife in your hand,
Yeah.
the carving goes all the way around each of those pieces. So
Okay.
when you look between them down inside of them,
Yeah.
carving disappears into the knife.
Well, and what's great.
It's a really cool visual effect when you actually get the whole.
Yeah, well, and I love that you create this effect of having, especially like from this shot, the left side of the handle looks very sharp and pointy. You have that aesthetic, but you can see on the side nearest the viewer that it curves back down. So it's not a thing. Again, when it comes to the overall function of the thing, it's still comfortable. It's not a sharp
Uh,
thing stabbing into your hand. It's actually
mhm.
still probably very quite quite comfortable to handle and hold. Um, and yeah, and then you continue that effect. It's so good. I mean, I understand why my wife loves your work. You're her favorite knife maker. I mean, you're honestly, again, I've said this before, but you are definitely one of my most favorite knife makers too. Just
Thank you very much.
the sheer creativity and kind of ingenuity and the way you kind of create forms out of things. Like, this is Tusk, right? This wasn't originally, um, meant to look like this, but you're making it, you're using it in such a interesting and creative way that it lends itself quite nicely to this form.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's a really special piece right there,
yeah,
especially the
right.
colors and just um,
Yeah, the colors are phenomenal,
yeah.
and just even like what is it called? I can't remember what that activity on the because this is kind of getting down into the inside, and it's got kind of like this interesting, God, I mean, marbling almost kind of effect with just
Oh, on
below
the
the surface.
fossil. Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
the fossil walrus. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. I've cut down into the core, which is
yeah.
like a tapioca.
That's the word, tapioca.
Yep, yep, yeah. And fossil walrus, or any walrus, the core is way different than the outer ring. So,
And it's pretty. I don't know any. So I haven't worked with ivory at all. How solid is that material?
oh, very, very solid.
Okay,
Um,
because I've always wondered if you
and
get
I,
down into it, if it
it,
starts to want to crumble or anything.
well, there, it's ancient material, so there are uh, sometimes where you run into that.
Okay.
It becomes pithy.
Okay.
I stabilize it. So I,
Oh wow.
that's the other thing. I've never had any mammoth I've removed on me. I've never got knives back.
Sure.
So,
Oh wow. That's great.
so the stabilizing is great.
I gotcha. Okay, let's go to this next piece.
Oh,
Is
speaking of mammoth ivory, here,
oh yeah,
do you want to put it back on me? I'll show you.
yeah.
That's-
Holy smokes! Look at that thing.
I've used,
Let's see. I'm gonna
I,
make it big.
okay,
Okay.
I've used probably half of this. This is a real special test. You look right here,
Right.
see that bulge.
Right.
He either got an abscess or got injured in some way. This would have been like up in his jaw.
Oh wow.
See where the hollow. It affected the entire tusk. There's little swirls
Right.
everywhere,
Oh, interesting.
everywhere in there. And I've never seen another tusk like it.
Right.
See, I've used quite a bit of this already.
And the most
I saved
usable
that.
part. Yeah.
I saved that for special things.
Sure. And so when you say you stabilize it, you'll break it down from there and then you'll stabilize it?
Yeah,
Or
I get it. I get it to as close as I could get to the final shape
okay. Oh wow. Okay.
and stabilize.
And do you feel especially with the bone, it doesn't seem to move the material going through the stabilizing process? Okay.
Nope.
That's good. Nice. That's cool. I've never worked with that kind of material. One, because I know it's extremely pricey, but two, I would love to work with it in the future.
Oh, you need to.
I just,
You'll get hooked. You'll get hooked on it
well, yeah, I
once
mean,
you start using.
for sure. Well, and like you can see in those pictures, if I can find that again, um, you can see how high of a polish it takes and how interesting the activity is in some of that. Now, obviously, you said this is fossilized walrus, but the mammoth ivory does a similar thing, right? Takes a really
Well,
great high polish.
the top is mammoth.
Oh, the top
The
is
bottom,
mammoth.
yeah, the bottom piece is fossil walrus.
I got you. Yeah, that's beautiful. All right,
You can kind of see there where the carving goes down inside. Little.
Oh yeah,
Not
yeah, yeah.
not
The
like
transition.
not like when you have it in your hand.
Sure.
Really cool.
This next one is, I think, another bat wing. If I'm
Yeah,
correct.
oh, you know what? I think that's one of my mastersmith knives, actually.
Oh, really? Oh,
I think
cool.
so. Yeah.
I don't feel like I've seen very many.
Boy, I haven't seen.
Yeah, I haven't
I've
seen
seen
very
that
many
picture.
mastersmiths submit a folding knife as part of their set. I feel like that's very unusual. I'm gonna kind of get in here a little closer. Look
have.
at the pattern. It almost looks like an accordion or a ladder of some sort.
Yeah, it is. It's some kind of ladder pattern.
And it looks like, again, this is walrus, antique walrus or fossilized walrus in the scales.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, with a ton of really cool file work in the handle or in the spine.
Yeah. So yeah, I would have made that knife before I was engraving.
Oh wow,
Late '90s.
late 90s.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a master's. I really regret not getting a photograph.
I got you.
My master's.
Maybe you can make a call out to the collectors who own your mastersmith knives. Be like,
I don't know that they know. That I don't know.
Oh, if they even know that they have them?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
That's wild. When you're planning out file work like this, what is your process? I've never done any file work. I know it's got to be really important that obviously the pattern is really consistent as it alternates, especially on this one. It kind of alternates down the length of the both the liners and the back bar. And also in regard to how it transitions into the spine of the blade and the tang of the blade is really cool. But when
Yeah,
you're
layout
when
layout is everything with doing firework.
okay,
So make your marks and keep your pattern. And when you're doing the real fine V grooves, that's
yeah,
done with triangle file.
okay,
You safe side one side of your file. So you uh, grind the file off, so you can make those real sharp points.
I got you. Yeah, I was gonna say, how do you? There's such a fine line. It almost looks like you have to get in there with an
And
engraver.
yeah, no, that's all done with files.
That's amazing. And then
I would have had engraving on it if I had. I don't I don't really do file work anymore.
okay,
Everything I do is great.
and then this is a look at the piece closed. So this way you can really see kind of like the outside of that antique walrus ivory or fossilized walrus ivory with some of that tapioca activity,
Yep.
and then the pattern in the bolster and how that flow, or I guess the blade's folded, so you can't really see how it flows around into the tang. But
So it's a very important thing to me for a folding knife. The look is good closed as it does open.
I think that's great. I'm actually what I love about this is that the looks like the plunge line of the knife blade lines up perfectly with one of the
Oh
first
yeah.
carved lines into the bolster, where the index finger would go on the handle, which is a
Yep.
nice touch. That again is that attention to detail. Oh, that's not the right knife. Let's see. Oh, that is the right knife. Yeah. Because on here, when it's open, it just looks like a continuation of kind of like the different finger grooves that you have. But the way when the knife is closed, it lines up perfectly with that. And I think some people might think that. I mean, at first, I'm like, "Wow, that's really lucky," but you had to have planned that. There's no way that you didn't plan that. Because again, knowing, or I guess getting to understand how you work, you definitely planned that. That's awesome. Another piece. So this is one I had. I've had you
Oh,
in the Artisans of Steel calendar a
this is
couple times.
yeah. This is actually the first one I did
With the
gold inlay.
okay,
It wasn't the other one.
and this is also one of the Batwing series knives.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Batwing folder. Um, that's some of that ivory tusk I just showed you on that.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. See the swirls in there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. That's so interesting.
I really like leaving texture like that. It's got a real nice texture like
Yeah.
that.
Well, I think
I won't take that out.
I love that
It
because
just adds character.
absolutely, and I think that's so crucial. I think a lot of people want to would want to cut below that and get rid of some of those what would I guess some might consider flaws, but to incorporate especially something like that, one, it's an expensive material, so the more you cut away, the more that goes to waste. But two, to kind of retain some of that actual that kind of like that aesthetic from of its original form, it just it adds more to the instead of holding something that's highly polished out, you feel like you're kind of holding a piece of history. You have some of that in your hand versus because of you're getting some of that roughness from the original shape and form of that tusk rather than it just being all cleaned up and looking all polished out and stuff.
Now, texture is something that a lot of bakers overlook. It should have some kind of a little bit of texture on it.
Sure. Well, and for just for grip in general, or
Uh-huh.
is that an aesthetic thing?
Or, well, yeah, both.
Okay.
I definitely use grip. Yeah, for good art, you got to have uh, color color, texture, form, and functions.
Right.
J.D. Smith has a saying.
Oh yeah.
You got to have all those elements
I see.
for a piece to really flow.
Well rounded. And I'm seeing the Celtic cross again on the spine just before it terminates into the tang of the blade.
Yeah, that one's got a little gold inlaid into it.
Yeah, yeah. This is a really nice piece. When I
Yeah,
had you in
this
go
the
ahead.
collector that got this knife has several of my knives.
Okay.
Last time I talked to him, he told me this was his favorite.
It's an awesome piece, and honestly, when I had you in the calendar the first time, this piece was one that just blew me away with all the different and I'm seeing the dragons again in this feather
Oh yeah,
cut.
yeah.
Again, this is another serpentine feather, but it's using your dragons. What do you call that pattern again? What dragons?
W dragons.
W dragons.
But yeah, this is River of Fire. This
Right.
is taking it the one step further with the Gilberts.
Yeah.
Forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah. I just again, I can't say enough how much I love your work because I see
Oh,
stuff like this and I'm just like, holy smokes. I gotta
to
let
do
them know.
this pattern, you
Uh-huh.
lose at least 75% steel.
Holy smokes. 75%.
Yeah,
Before the feather or even after the feather, like altogether?
altogether.
Oh, wow. So you
Well, you're
had
not really losing. You're not really losing much due to the feathers.
right.
You're losing it creating W dragons.
Right.
Yeah, so many steps. Snap, grinding off.
Mhm.
Lose that much.
Yeah, I've never actually I should do it, but I've never actually taken the time to kinda like every time I weld the billet together, I guess before adding the handle, weighed the billet just to see how much the billet has changed every iteration to see and also into my my final billet before I tile, how much material is actually there from versus what I actually started with. Um, I've been trying to work on creating more and more interesting or interesting patterns with fewer forge welding processes. Just because of that simple fact of how much material you lose, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's shocking how much you lose.
All right.
Well,
Let's
I think that if I remember right, that's being restacked. I think 5 or
wow.
6 times
Yeah.
in order to get
Right.
patterns. Yeah, I use the bandsaw to cut steel up anymore. I quit using the chop saw
Yeah.
because of the steel.
Because of the saw curve. Yeah. I actually
Yep.
I've done the same too. I'm trying to think. When I
Well,
worked
steel isn't cheap anymore.
no, it's not. Um And I think the last time I used the chop saw actually was when I worked for Bob Kramer. And I think part of the problem too that I had with bandsaws was that cutting, depending on the dimension of the bar, if the bar is, even if it's 5/8 or 3/4 by an inch and a half, that's a big chunk of steel to try to cut through. And the blade can get stuck. It can burn out the motor. It can do all kind. It can like glaze over or almost harden in a weird way where the chop saw blade doesn't want to cut. And if you just do like normalize the billet properly, you can just blast it out on a bandsaw
Yeah,
really surprisingly quick. And so I'm just like, and you're losing less material. You don't have to fight all that other stuff. The circuits breaker flipping off and all kinds of stuff. If I had a chop saw, which I still don't, I would use it mostly for cutting the ends of the billets off, maybe,
yeah.
and that's it.
And I do that. I use
Yeah, Yeah, and I
cutting
have
the,
right.
cutting the handle off.
Yeah. Yeah, I do still keep an angle grinder handy because sometimes I'll start with a billet. Usually my starting billet is about 1.5 inches wide, by 5 inches long by 4 inches tall or 4 1/4 inches tall. And I'll get it welded to a point. Maybe I forge it on the bias, and then I start drawing it out. And once it's reduced down to about 2 inches by 2 inches or 1.5 inches by 1.5 inches, I'll just cut the billet in half because trying to continue to work that single billet at that starting size becomes unwieldy really fast.
Yeah.
And often because I'm trying to do fewer forge welding processes, I'll be forging the material down to maybe I'll make W's and then I'll take it down to like 1/4 inch. And so that starting billet would end up being like almost 6 feet long if I didn't cut it in half, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I do the very same thing. It was
Oh,
pretty
nice.
funny. For the first time Eric came out to my shop, Eric Fritz,
Yeah.
he rode with Wade.
Okay.
Wade was telling him on the way, he said, tell you what's going to happen. Says you're going to watch Shane put in the biggest billet of Damascus you've ever seen. He's
Yeah.
going to weld it up and then he's going to cut it in half.
That's the move,
And
man.
Yep. And sure enough,
That's
I did.
well, and if you think about it, if you don't take it too far, if you do simply just forge it on the bias, you can continue in that direction with the other half and make a completely different pattern. Or you could
Exactly.
forge it vertical again. You could make W's and then you could go from there. You can do all kinds of stuff. And so that's why I like to just I'll set up, I'll weld enough for basically 2 different patterns, cut it in half and set the other half aside. So I have actually a few different billets that are just half of an initial starting billet just laying around so that are waiting for me to turn them into something else down the road. Oh,
I
that's
got
cool.
probably four or five sitting on my welding bench.
That's awesome. I'm glad. It's cool I'm not the only one that does that. I think it's a good way to
that's
work
cool.
because honestly, like you might as well get it welded, and once it's welded, and then you can just whatever, it can sit around forever almost.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool when you do that and create 2 different designs with it and then bring them back together.
Right.
So it's actually the same pattern. It's done 2 different ways, but they still kind of have that same flow.
Right.
So it's really a good thing to do.
That's right. That's actually a good point because even if you do take that other half and just forge it separately, but you put it through the same processes, it's never going to be exactly the same as the other
Right.
half. So it'll have that similar aesthetic, but it'll have slight variances that make it interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you stack it up rather uniquely.
Right. Yeah.
When I stack a billet up, and I've done this for a long time.
Yeah.
I usually use 3s and 7s.
3s and 7s. Okay.
So 3 layers of steel. Even if I'm putting same steel together, I'll put 3 layers.
Right. Okay.
To make a wide band in there.
Sure.
One of the other little tricks I like to do is even with like using 1080, 1084, stack those like piece of Damascus, 1080 between 1084.
Right.
And just have these subtle little shadows in that band of steel.
Yeah.
And the more different you have, 1075, 1095, say.
Right.
It's going to stand out a little bit more.
You have a little bit more of that variation that you can play with.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, we're going to get into your steampunk piece here.
Yeah.
And this is a really cool, unique piece. And I think I actually got to see this in person.
I
can't
spent
remember,
about
2 years
3
ago.
3 years making that.
Holy smokes.
On and off. I mean,
Okay.
I'd work on it a little bit and then set it aside.
Sure.
But it's hard to see in the picture. But the centerpiece in the Damascus there.
Yes.
That is just mild steel.
Okay.
That I engraved.
Oh, Okay,
and
so
then
I saw the engraving on there, and I was wondering if that was hardened steel or if it was mild or what you had done in there. That's awesome.
yeah. So then I niter blued it,
Yeah.
two different shades of color in order to get the torn look. But yeah, when you hold this, it's another one. You about have to hold it in your hand to see it.
Right.
That machine gives the illusion of going underneath where the bolster area is,
Uh-huh.
and then back into the window frame. It's the same machine.
Oh, wow.
And then all of the pipes on it connect from one side to the other. So when you hold it in your hand, it gives the illusion of going all the way through
Oh, wow.
and
Okay.
to
Here,
the other side. So everything connects up.
so you can do a little side by I see. So this is the left side and the right side in the same picture, and you can see how those are connecting to each other from side
Yeah.
to side. Oh man, that is cool. What? Oh, and I can see the machine down in the oh geez. Right. Oh my god, that's so cool. There's so much more going on there than I originally realized. How what was the inspiration for this piece? Because this is from I mean, obviously the Batwing and the dragon work is all awesome, but this is definitely a step away from that. Probably
Yeah.
using similar techniques, but also very different.
Yeah. I started this knife before there was even a steampunk craze swept
Okay,
the nation. I didn't even know what steampunk was when it was made
sure.
in the beginning.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I have no idea where the inspiration came from. Something that came to me. Yeah, it's one of my favorite pieces.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I, I made that. I started it in 2010.
2010.
Yeah, I had it at the Art Knife invitation.
Oh, nice.
Awesome, awesome.
Yeah.
Uh, that was the year that the same week that the terrorist attack occurred.
Oh, wow.
That Owen Wood even put on that show
Yeah.
couple of different times. Yeah, that was the last time he put it on.
Okay.
The whole city of Boston shut down uh, Friday for the show.
Right.
So
Holy
that was
smoke.
weird. It was like The Walking Dead.
I believe it.
We went to a whole bunch of different sites in Boston. Us and a few other people were the only ones out on the street.
Wow. Right.
Just had the whole city just empty.
Oh, wow. That's intense. That's wild. Um, yeah, I want to try to get in just a little bit closer. So the engraving in the windows. So is it bronze on the as the outer scale,
Yeah,
and then it's
yeah, it's
the
textured bronze.
and then it's 15 and 20 is the engraved liner underneath,
Yeah.
right?
hmm Yeah, I engraved the top side of the line.
And the way I can tell, the only way I can tell the difference is the difference between the bronze coloration and what looks like basically black and white areas
Uh,
of the pattern. But that's so cool. That's where the pattern you've pierced basically that outer scale to create windows into the underlying carving.
yeah, I just used the little jeweler saw,
Ah,
cut out a
yeah,
torn pattern on textured bronze.
yeah. And the texturing, that's some of that stuff that you said that Don Fogg inspired you to start messing with.
Yep,
And you've
that's
really
very much Don Fogg inspired there.
yeah,
Because yeah, basically I make a die and press the hot bronze into the die.
right.
The crosshatch pattern you see on in there is raised.
Yeah.
I do that with little chisels.
Uh-huh. I got you.
Yeah, that's what Don taught me to do.
Oh, wow. Man, that's such a great piece. There's just so oh, again, what I love about it is there's so much going on in this piece, but it's to me, it doesn't feel overwhelming. It's actually more intriguing to look closer and closer every time I look at look at it again, from a different angle. And this is the other side of the blade again, where you did the mild steel core, um, with the engraving in the middle, and then for the blade is that tip welded? Is that a 3-piece billet that you put together,
Yeah,
or okay?
yeah, yep,
Wow, that's challenging.
yeah. I typically do that in a box too.
Okay,
Make a kind of like Owen Wood does. My technique's a little bit different. I don't know if
okay.
you've seen Owen do
I
the precision welds that he does.
I've never seen his demonstrations.
Um,
I've heard of them and how they kinda go, and I've seen some photos of his preparation steps, but I've never actually seen it in person, but his precision welding work is really impressive.
I do it like I say a little bit different than he
Yeah,
does. Uh, I'm just using plate steel. I'll
okay.
cut the blade. I'll cut the blade shape out of the center.
Yeah.
Uh, but uh, but they're unattached on each side. So it makes like a guillotine when I push it down flush with the other side plates. That forms the exact shape.
Oh, wow. Very cool. And then one last one. I think these dragon pieces, these are the
Oh,
ones that made my wife fall in love with your work, especially with the eyes, the taxidermy eyes. But I'll let you talk a little bit more about this. This also, I think, it incorporates a mixture of the fossilized walrus and the mammoth
yep,
tusk, um, with some
yep.
very cool
Walrus is on the
engraving.
bottom, mammoth on the top, and that's scrimshot the pattern.
Oh wow! So, where did you get the idea to first start using these eyes in
Well,
handles?
I was using them on the. See, I did 10 nine folders in the first Dragon series that I did,
Okay,
um, and all of the thumb studs have little taxidermy eyes.
I'm trying to see if
Yeah,
this.
if you look close.
Yeah, let's get a little bit closer in here. I see. Yeah, you can see the
Yeah,
eye and the thumb
yeah,
stud.
I think that's a diamond back
Okay.
eye.
Oh, a diamond. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
and then on the dragon eye, previous one,
Yeah.
that eye is I think a king cobra.
Let's see if we can
The
get closer.
the next one I do, the next one I do is I've started hand painting the eyes. So the eye
Oh,
and hip,
wow.
I'll actually create.
Oh, really? So, do you start with is it glass? Is it acrylic?
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then you
Just
paint the
a
back
cabbage on.
a cab
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. You paint the back side of it in all
Wow.
layers. You put layers in, scratch off, go to different colors.
Right.
You could really make a life like that. Oh, here's one.
There's another look at the eye.
Put it back on me.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. I'll close this out. Pop you up here. Oh, wow. Holy smokes.
Yeah, I've been doing pendants with these.
That is awesome. Oh my god. Where do you sell the pendants?
That knife shows.
Knife shop.
I
Okay.
yeah, I had like probably 10 of them at late shows. So,
Okay. I'll have to keep those in mind.
earrings, and pendant.
Earrings and pendants. My
I don't
wife
have any right
You're
now.
right. Yeah. No, my wife and kid are really into dragons, and I know they'd both love to
Oh
get a
yeah,
hold something like that. Let's see.
yeah. If you go back to that dragon eye,
Yeah.
um,
Oh shoot.
the, the the metal around the eye itself
Yeah.
is PMC, precious metal clay.
Oh, okay. I've never
So
heard of that material.
yeah, uh, it's a clay. You can get it in I get it from Rio Grande. Get it in bronze, copper, silver, or gold.
Oh,
This
okay.
is bronze. So
Okay.
yeah, I sculpted all of that, uh,
Right.
and then when you fire it, the bonding agent of the clay comes out,
Right.
just leaves the
Leaves
metal.
behind him now. Right. I'm sorry, I lied. I have heard of PMC, precious metal
Okay.
clay. Um, my friend at Peter Swarsberg I was talking about earlier, he's been doing some work
Oh,
with um non-ferrous metals and doing kind of making like mokume
oh yeah, I heard
and
you
material.
and George were talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I had
Very
a
cool.
jeweler come to my shop years ago. In fact, I was still out of college.
Okay.
That's what he was wanting to do was make mocha made with powder. I don't think he ever got around to it. I shared with him all I knew about powder.
Sure. Yeah, so cool.
Yeah, so that's kind of tricky to do. Is you got to figure in the shrinkage.
Exactly. That's what I was starting to think. I was like, there's still like so the burnout or the sintering,
Yeah,
the material does change, which affects the way everything fits up. And maybe you're not getting the exact fit up right away, but especially around the cabochon, the eye.
yeah.
Um,
What I did for that was I made a metal eye,
ah,
same exact size.
right.
Put put in it when I fired, so it shrink around
Ah,
that
smart.
metal cabbage.
Right. Oh, that's very smart. That's a good solution.
Yeah, yeah. That really well.
Yeah. And then this one has the same kind of dragon blade, like the one we looked at earlier.
Oh
Or
yeah.
similar.
Hmm.
Oh no, no, it looks like it's
Yeah,
basically the same.
yeah.
Um,
It's the same steel.
yeah.
Yeah. I just reforged a dragon. In fact, I had a blade at push dagger blade shell with
Mm,
my new dragon.
nice.
I have I have enough of this steel. This one's made out of maybe one more blade.
And when you're making these composite steel, so this patterns particularly, um, and I'm going to jump back to a blade we looked at previously. There's a lot of different billets coming together to make the
Yeah.
the pattern. So when you're putting them back together, how many blades are you typically getting out of um one of those billets that are the composite billet? That's the combination of, it looks like one, two, three, four, maybe 4 or 5, maybe even 6 different billets coming back together. Um, how are you like how many knives are you typically getting out of those for
Well,
your folders?
it varies. Depends on how much steel I end up with.
Sure.
The initial welder, or how much I stack up around.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's all well. I think I had three different billets for the 10,
Yeah.
the original 10 that I did.
Okay.
Um, that billet was a big one. That's one I still have one piece.
Right. Cool. Do you feel when you're
And I
getting
didn't
to
know I found that when I was moving my shop into
Oh,
town.
Oh,
I
really?
didn't know I had it. And
Oh,
here's a billet of dragons. I thought I was all out of
you
dragons.
do you find yourself getting, when you feel like you're getting to the end of a particular pattern ballot, being very precious about it and careful? Like, "Oh, this
Yeah,
is the last slice or the second to last slice. What am I gonna do with it?"
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I believe it. I think I had one more knife I wanted to show, um, because it's also another one that I incorporated into
Oh yeah. The dead man's hand.
the dead man's hand. And this, and I don't, I might be able to pull together. If you can talk about this one, maybe I can pull together a close-up shot of this before you finish chatting about it.
Okay. Yeah. For those that don't know, the dead man's hand is aces and eights. So legend has it that was the hand that Wild Bill Hickok shot dead with. And I'm only a couple hundred miles from Deadwood. We go down there. The last time we were there, we got to go into the actual bar. They say they know where it's at. For a long time, they had the right place.
Okay.
So yeah, they have they have the actual bar where we were shot.
Oh, wow.
It's kind of down in the basement of another bar. So yeah, that's Wild Bill Hickok on the one side. That's silver and gold inlay.
Mm. Oh, and it's got the dead man's hand on the other side.
Yeah, then the dead man's hand on the other side. The
Right.
skull and face.
And then
Yeah,
can you talk about the dice pattern?
yeah. The dice pattern is the most complicated pattern. Uh, so if you look, can you zoom in on that?
I actually just got them uploaded. There you go.
Oh, okay, there you go. So yeah, it's a 3D. When you actually hold the knife in your hand, it creates a 3D illusion.
Right.
It's a spin-off of what Daryl Meyer did. He did boxes. Of course, Escher did the boxes.
Right. MC
3D,
Escher.
3D
Yeah.
illusion. Escher. So yeah, I just took it a step further, made it into dice. But it's very complicated because there's a specific combination of the numbers on the dice.
Right. Because opposing
On a die.
faces add up to 7, correct?
7. Yeah, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So all the numbers on these position. So I had to forge each one of those numbers individually.
Oh, wow.
That's done with powder steel. And then I had to shape them. They look like everything looks like it's a right angle.
Yeah.
That's the illusion.
Right.
They're actually 60 and 120 degree angles.
Right.
So each number I had to forge to that shape and make them all the same exact size.
I see.
And then cut a corner out of that bar for the other.
Oh, holy
for the
smokes.
others to fit into. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
It is intensive. And I've had to do it twice. I ran out of first.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Okay, so you're using nickel powder and canister welding techniques, but you're welding the each individual dice face separately, and
Yeah.
then forging them to a specific shape and basically a diamond shape, and then cutting out material and fitting them back together, but still adding material back in so they still have that effect of overlapping. Oh my gosh, this is so insanely time consuming. Holy smokes.
Yeah.
I hope that it won an
first,
award somewhere. It better have.
No, actually, no, it didn't.
Ah! People don't know what they're looking at. Holy cow. Holy cow.
Yeah, I entered it best Damascus blade. Yeah, I got beat out.
Yeah. Yeah, I have some I
Um,
would be curious. I have some thoughts on some of the judging stuff that happens at Blade. I'd be curious what your input. I mean, and when it comes to the awards of the different stuff, but I don't know if we talk about it here or another time, but I'd be curious in your
yeah,
input. But
we'll
yeah.
talk about that another time.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
really that's really intensive. Holy
The
smokes.
first billet I did of this was I used 15 and 20.
Right.
What is it, 46
Yeah.
Kelly. Yeah, this one's nickel, and I was wishing I hadn't used the nickel.
Oh, really?
I I had a lot of problems. The last few canisters I've done with nickel, I've had trouble.
With it consolidating?
Yeah, I'm not. I end
Hmm.
up getting little pits. So yeah, this is
Porosity.
like, I think this is the third blade.
Oh boy.
I had to throw out the first two blades.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah, I had a lot of time into this thing.
Yeah. Holy smokes.
If you zoom out for the handle,
Uh
that's
yeah.
it's fossil walrus.
Let's get back over.
Now
Yes.
I had this piece of walrus for years,
Okay.
saving it for something special.
Yeah.
You'll see the color is only on the bottom.
I do see that.
So that thing set in the ground with the point sticking up out of the ground.
No, that's natural.
Who knows
I
how?
assumed you dyed that.
Yeah, that's natural.
Ah!
No, no.
I love it. That's so great. What a great again, it goes
That,
back to using what was given to you, what it naturally already looked like. I love
yeah,
that so much.
yeah,
Yeah. Um, and then gosh, and then you got the edge wrapped, and also actually the harpoon clip is
yeah,
also the twists. And
yeah.
that is a tricky weld that you got going on there. Did that ha- do you have any tips on doing something like that?
Yeah, I did that in a box.
In a box. I was gonna say, please
It's like
something more than be careful.
with blades.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is really something. Um,
that was the biggest one I've ever done.
I believe it. And
That
it's
that box.
right. And again, the way you're doing that is by it's probably yeah, it has some shape to it, obviously. Um, but you're just basically doing plates on either side and then welding the spine and the edge. Or are you encapsulating the spine and the edge as well and then closing the box around?
Yeah, yeah. It's three. Well, actually, four plates because
Okay,
the
wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
because the two that are creating the shape of the blade
Yeah.
split all the way down. So
Right.
you've got the blade shape cut out.
Yeah.
You have to leave that extra wide from your side plates.
Sure.
So it guillotines down to the blade shape.
Right. Mm,
So yeah, it's all oxygen free.
that's awesome. That's so good. That's such an awesome technique. I
Yeah.
would love to see more people do that because
And I'm wrapping it with stainless foil
oh, okay, yeah.
plates, so the plates don't stick to it.
Oh geez, so you have stainless foil inside the can as well
Yeah,
to keep it from sticking. Oh wow. So the can helps keep the oxygen out. The stainless steel wrap, is it spent wrap or is it fresh wrap?
uh, yeah. Be best off to use spent wrap
Yeah.
to make sure it doesn't stick.
Yeah.
I haven't had much trouble using just fresh wrap
Okay. Sure.
because it must oxidize enough.
It doesn't want to stick to anything.
And even if it does, it's not.
Right, because it's only what, two
You're
thousandths
only
of
going to
an inch
stick to
thick.
one side.
Sure. Yeah. Nice. And then I have some engraving work that you've done here. This is the dice again.
Yeah, that's the 15 and 20. Um,
And this is the push dagger, right?
yeah, that's the cap on
The cap of the
that cap.
And then this is more engraving work on oh, that's the handle,
Yeah, yeah.
correct? Yeah. And then is this on wood or is the handle steel?
No, that's steel.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
yeah, just mild steel.
Right. That's great. Man, the engraving work is so cool.
I bead blasted around the engraving
Mm.
and glued it.
That's
Do you
so
have the Joker on the other side?
I can pull that up. I don't know if I got that one pulled offline. While I'm working on that, can you talk to me about this photo right here, which is it looks like Steve is giving you an award for something. Hopefully, hold on, I can get it to pull up.
Oh yeah, that was
What's going on here?
at Salt Lake last year. That's the cat track folder we looked at
Oh,
earlier.
okay. Yeah.
One best Damascus.
The cat track. And then you sent me another image of a piece that was featured in Blade magazine. This is
Oh yeah, that's one of the gear knives.
the gear knives. Yeah. And
That's
is this the
yeah.
dagger one that won the award?
No.
Okay.
But it was in the greatest living knife makers. I was
Right.
one of the 25 that selected for that book.
That's awesome. And who published that book? I remember seeing that being posted.
It was Blade.
Blade posted that.
Yeah.
Or published it. Sorry.
Yeah, Steve Shackelford wrote it.
Put it together. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. I'm just pulling up the Joker now. I think. Ooh. I'm actually gonna pull in. I have another image here of the clockwork mechanism knife. Or the cogs, I guess. I don't know if you call it the clockwork mechanism or what you call it.
That's a good name for it, actually.
And then oh shoot, sorry, almost there. Oh, I do see. Okay, so I'm gonna do this one as well. People will just have to bear with the slowness. Hopefully, probably when we edit this for the podcast, we'll kind of skip through some of this slow activity.
That picture there of me holding the book is only half the picture. They cut out sitting with Bruce Bump.
Oh yeah,
we were signing each other's books.
Oh, you were. Oh, that's great.
He's in it as well.
Right. Oh yeah, Bruce is incredible. I just met him.
Oh man,
for the first time last year at the what was it? It was in Kansas. What was it? The Arts and Metal show. And
oh yeah,
he was there, and he had one of his cut and shoots there that had what was it? It had a folding knife in the handle of oh wait, he had a cut and shoot as well as a Bowie that had a folding knife in the handle. His work was awesome. It was so cool to see it in person. I don't think I'd actually ever seen any of his work in person or had met him yet. And he is a really nice guy, very soft spoken, and
yes, yeah, I really like Bruce.
Yeah, and
wonderful gentleman.
Absolutely. There's
Wade Coulter, the one that started that whole cut and shoot craze.
He did. I did not know that.
Oh yeah. He's made several. I got to shoot one of them. The flintlock.
Okay.
Flintlock cut and shoot Bowie knife with flintlock barrel.
Let's see. I just got a couple more uploaded. Yeah, Wade's stuff is really. I haven't seen Wade in. Gosh, I think the last time I saw Wade was in 2018 or 2019 at Blade Show, but it also might have been the Eugene show. So this is a look. You were mentioning this earlier.
Yeah,
The
that's
carving on the
good example.
inside of the back lock, or the back. What is it called again?
Back bar.
Back bar. I was like, back
Yeah.
block? That's not the word. What am I looking for? um, with the skull, where you have half of it actually engraved and the other half is in the reflection of the liner, which is so cool. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, that's a really good example of it.
Well, thank you for sending it to me. It's a perfect example. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. I need to drop some of these images. I have too many pictures in the thing right now. I can't upload anymore. It's like, where are those other ones? I swear I just uploaded them. I got to get rid of a couple first before I can upload the rest.
Talking about Wade's cut and shoot.
Yeah.
Next time you see Jason Knight, look at one of his arms. He has Wade's cut and shoot.
Oh, is it on?
Tattooed.
He got it tattooed on him?
Yeah, he's got a tattoo of Wade's cut and shoot.
Wade's a pretty awesome inspiration. He's such a talented dude. It's really awesome, the work I've seen. He does the goblin handles, but obviously he does the cut and shoes too. But it's just everything he does. Like, he does all kinds of funky off the wall, like even just like bottle openers and stuff like that. But they're all have something crazy and interesting going on with them.
Yep. Yeah, his artwork is amazing. Yeah, he's a perfectionist.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so this is a little closer look at the cogs, or the clockwork mechanism, as I was calling it earlier, and how you actually pressed it into the bronze. You can see it a bit better in that example there.
Yeah, then I put the screws that hold it down inside the gears.
Inside the gear, which is
so they're kind of random. They're kind of random throughout the whole.
Yeah, I really love this piece. I think I actually saw. Gosh, I can't remember if I saw this at your shop or saw it at a show. But you weren't telling me how you did it, and I think I was like looking at it and trying to puzzle it out, and then I think I kind of figured it out, how you pressed it, that you did press it, and I thought it was just absolutely ingenious. Such a good move to do that. I love that.
Yeah, Van Barnett is actually the one that inspired me to do that. But
okay.
He turned me on to the pinion rods.
Sure.
That are used throughout this.
Okay.
Because I was trying to find them. I didn't know what they were called.
Okay.
So you do a search for gears, elongated gears, you won't find anything. So you put pinion rods in the search, you find them.
I see.
That specific name.
Right, because if you're going to use it because if you're going to weld it to a surface and use it as a die, you need it to be longer than just one.
Yeah, what I did
150 thousandths thick.
Yeah, what I did with that was I welded it on the end of the rod, just an inch section pinion rod.
Right.
And then heated my die plate up and pressed that. Press the gears in die plate.
Oh, I see. So we're seeing the negative when we look at this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. That makes perfect sense for sure.
Yep.
That's so cool. I don't know why I was thinking it was I'm so dumb. Yeah, no, that's obviously, now that I look at it, I'm like, yes, that is obviously the negative. Because how else are you going to get it to be proud like that along the surface? Wow.
Yep,
that's got to be tricky to make sure.
positive to negative, back
Yeah.
to positive.
Yeah. Do you ever get those pieces stuck in the die plates?
Oh yeah, every time.
Every time. Oh god.
Yeah, every time. Yeah.
Because I'm just looking at them, I'm like, oh my god, there's so many little nooks and crannies and everything where things
And the
can get
bronze,
stuck.
you can do it. You can do this steel press this in.
Okay.
You don't get the definition you do
Okay.
with bronze. That's a aluminum bronze. So it's a
Aluminum.
little bit, yeah, it's a little bit lighter than ordinary bronze.
I got you.
A little bit of the weight out.
That would be actually a good question. Well, actually, I'll try to. Well, since we're on it, I'm going to ask you a question about bronze because earlier you were talking about phosphorus bronze, for spacer or for washers for your folders. There's the aluminum bronze that you use as part of the liners, and then there's silicon bronze, which is what I'm most familiar with for using for guards or liners or spacer material. And where do you know where some of these different styles of bronze come from? I'm sure they're probably designed for particular uses.
Yeah,
I think
I
the
don't know that. I don't know
okay,
that much about it. I do know what I got this bronze from MSC,
okay,
aluminum bronze.
yeah,
And, I I tried to get a hold of the technician to see if it could be forged.
okay,
Went through a whole bunch of people and finally got this guy said, no, you can't forge it. I said, well, send it to me anyway.
right.
And yeah,
Okay.
you can forge it.
You can forge it. Okay,
You
cool.
can forge it.
Thanks for your
Forges
input,
really,
Johnny.
it forges really well.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
I'm glad that guy had some very solid information for you. I'm glad it didn't stop you. You're like, "Ah,
Yeah.
whatever. I'm gonna try it anyways."
Yeah.
And then this is the Joker that was actually on the other side from the handle,
Oh yeah.
or of the handle from the hand, right?
That's a self-portrait, actually.
I'm not seeing it.
I just looked in the mirror.
You just looked in a mirror. You did your maniacal laugh while you took a picture. Man, incredible. Shane, you have been such an awesome holy smokes, I just realized we hit 4 hours.
Oh
Um
wow.
I had no idea. Um You've been in such an incredible inspiration to me, and I guarantee for so many others. And you set such an awesome standard. I love that you're continuing to push yourself and your creativity and continuously experimenting. There are a lot of great makers out there who have found kind of their lane and they've just kind of stayed in it. And I love that you are looking for all kinds of different lanes and looking to take all kinds of different routes. Both ways work, but I will say for me personally, work like yours is what really continues to inspire me. Not just from a creative perspective, but just like also just inspires me to see that you've been doing this for as long as you have. How long have you been doing this? So I wanted to say like 20 or 30 years off the top of my head, but
Well, I started making knives when I was 12 and I'm 60 now.
okay. So what is that? 48
But
years?
yeah, but seriously, I've been at it. 90, 92 is when I really
Okay.
kind of got serious about it.
Right. Yeah.
Said for about 6 years there, I had 2 full-time jobs. I was working on the ranch
Holy
and
smoke.
making knives.
Wow.
And it got to be too much. I had to give up one.
Sure. And yeah, so you just continue to inspire me as a maker who has found so much success for themselves. And I think honestly, I think a lot of you've developed a style where you've kind of created your own lane, I guess, where you've created this flexibility for yourself to experiment in different processes, different mediums, different styles of blades, blade shapes, Damascus patterns, materials. Sometimes I worry that I've kind of locked myself into or like painted myself into a corner. And I do want to. I'm not necessarily interested in becoming a foldering maker, but or a Bowie knife maker or all these different kind of knives, like a puko maker or something like that. But I am very intrigued and interested in learning about various processes and trying to figure out just through that process. Maybe none of it can be incorporated back into my culinary knife making, but maybe some of it can, or even just some of the different techniques. And it's so cool. Like you have such a wide range of techniques that you use. It's really, really very impressive. And so I
Thank
appreciate you. I just want to say thank you and appreciate you. Let you know I appreciate you for your immense breadth of creativity. Um, and I love that you, like earlier, you even saying like you you have more ideas than you'll probably ever get to. um and which is a good thing. And so or it's a good, I guess it's one of those blessings and a curse kind of situation, because then you're like, okay, what's next, what's really exciting me? Or maybe there's something brand new, even though you have cool concepts and ideas that you've drawn out years ago or even recently. Something new could pop in your head and you're ready to go on that and start exploring that some. And I found that that's really, really what's for me to be able to do this sustainably, not only as a business, but not to get kind of like burned out and bored with the work, is to find little new things for me to experiment with on the side and the troubleshoot, because I was honestly finding myself getting a little burned out on making culinary knife after culinary knife after culinary knife for honestly like a long time. And I'm thankful, don't get me wrong, that I can run a business off of it. But as a creative person, I was really starting to struggle with it. um
Yeah, you got to be careful with
yeah,
that. Yeah, because burnout is a real thing.
yeah,
If you're doing the same thing over and over. So yeah, even even within my shop, I'm always doing something creative. You know, making the shop a little bit better.
mm,
Or doing some art or something
sure,
to break up the monotony.
right,
Yeah, you have to do that.
right. I've
Or I would.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. And I find it's, if I stick too hard nosed to just producing work to sell, I find I'm actually less productive than if I'm carving out a little bit of time here and there to for myself to be creative or experiment. Um, because when it's too much like nose to the grindstone situation, I find myself starting to fight against it, just within
Yeah,
myself. uh,
yeah, and don't ever feel guilty about doing that because that's for your peace of mind.
yeah,
Uh,
absolutely,
you know, if you're going to do something else for a while, you're not going to sell it.
sure,
You're just doing it for yourself.
yeah,
Yeah, don't feel guilty about that. You got to do it.
yeah.
Keep yourself
I've found that it's
sane.
exactly. I was just gonna say it's really important to my own personal sanity, because otherwise, I've felt so burned out by it, to the point where I've been like, I'm ready to quit and get a job stocking shelves at Costco or something, because it's
Yep,
just,
been there, done that.
yeah, was having too much of a hard
I
time.
think I think all full time makers run into that.
They struggle with that.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah. So
yeah, I knew one guy that like uh, I won't mention his name.
sure.
Very famous knife maker. He said he kept this is Schedule 13 bankruptcy papers. He had them on his table all the time,
Oh wow.
just
Just in case he was ready to
just
do
in
that.
case,
Yeah.
just in case. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, he was doing very well
Yeah.
at what everybody considers.
Variance, variety. Variety is what? The spice of life, right?
Yeah,
And I mean, through all the images that we've looked through, you can obviously see you've done a good job finding that variety, getting to, playing with a style for a series. I love that you do these series. You get into it, you experiment, you play with it for a little while, and then you move on to the next thing that's exciting you. And you continue to develop your skills, create new techniques, new approaches, even at like the half an image engraving in the back bar, really cool technique. Figuring out different ways. I think that variety also helps you develop different ways to help uh to distinguish your work. Because if you're just doing the same thing like I've done, you do the same thing over and over and over again, it's easy for then people to start to emulate your work, or their work to look like it's your work. People mistaking your work for other people's work, or other people's work for your work. And right now, with the work I'm doing with the culinary knives, the biggest thing I've been able to do is just to play with patterns that either other people haven't made, or people don't take the time to make, or whatever. And that's how I've really found a way for me to distinguish my work from others. But again, I'm really inspired by the creatively flexible lane that you've created for yourself, that and the strength of reputation that you've built for yourself, so that whatever it is you're making, you have people that are interested in your work because you have that reputation, you have the mark of the makers, the mastersmith mark to back you up, and you've built your reputation around having this creative flexibility and doing something new. And that, I'm sure a lot of your collectors are excited to see what is new coming out of your shop that you got going on, that because it seems like every time you do something new, it really is actually new. It's not something else. It's not just new to you. It's something completely new that people
Yeah,
haven't seen.
what I really try to do is tell a story.
Mm,
Each knife I feel tells some part of the story. The
right,
series is part of it.
right.
So Don Fogg was the one that actually clued me in on that. I was doing that and I didn't even realize
Mm,
it. I'd made a folding knife with it had the mountain scene
oh
on
yeah.
the bolsters, and then I had wolf walking towards the mountains. Of course,
Hmm.
the idea was the wolf went to the mountains.
Right.
He said he looked at me and said, "That's telling a story."
Yeah.
Uh, yeah,
That's
yeah. So
awesome.
yeah, I've always kept that in the back of my mind. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Don Fogg. You know, I
Nice.
could say Don Fogg changed my life.
Right.
Over that one weekend. It's amazing
That's
how
amazing.
one
Ha-
person can do that.
and have you stayed in good contact with Don over the years?
No, not like I should. I
Okay.
really need to get Don a call. I
Yeah.
I do occasionally call.
Sure.
Talk. I know him and Dunkerley keep in close contact.
Right. That's great. Well, and Dunkerley, Rick's up at the New England School of Metalwork teaching
Yeah,
classes often too,
right.
so he probably gets a chance to see him pretty regularly as well. Um, I've met Don Fogg once. I feel very fortunate in that. But I would really love to um, get get together with him and a few other makers who've really done some awesome work innovating in the field, especially in regards to Damascus and forge welding and pattern development. Because some of these, Steve, Don, um, gosh, I'm sure there's plenty of other people who I'm not even aware of, or who have had such a strong influence on innovative makers like yourself, um, to get people together, just to because again, part of the reason I like doing this podcast is getting to get your story, to kind of get a record of it, and where you come from, your background, your inspirations, what you've done, where you're hoping to go, um, so that this is something that stays around. It'll be around for a while, and I think Don's one of those guys. He did a great job early on with his website, the blacksmith forum and everything, or the bladesmith forum, actually, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Um, but I think th- he as times have changed and where people are spending their time and their attention, he's kind of fallen into the background, and he's one of those makers, along again with several others, who have really set a very solid foundation and created a space where makers like yourself, or me even later on down the line, have been able to create a living around and have this opportunity for creative expression through this medium, and making mosaic Damascus steels and doing all this kind of crazy stuff that it honestly, like, I feel like it's important to the world that creative people are sharing their creativity, but in the overall, like, bare essential survival of any individual human being isn't necessary, but art at the same time and creativity, I think, really is actually necessary to keep people inspired and going, and thinking creatively. And so I think it'd be cool to get together with.
Don Fogg actually said almost the same exact thing.
Oh, really?
How yeah, how important it is what we do, because
Mm,
but we're making real things that people can handle and touch.
right,
So just so much in this world anymore that isn't real.
right,
And that was 25 years ago.
right.
It's
Oh, wow.
even worse. It's even worse now.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's gotten to a
yeah,
kind of a
yeah.
crazy place these days.
So yeah, that was exactly what he said.
Mm,
What we do is important.
agreed. Agreed. Well, thank you again for taking the time, 4 hours. I think this sets a new record for longest podcast I've done for Artists of Steel. But I think it's been a good time, good conversation. I know there's tons of gems and little treasures of information that people will find listening to the podcast, as well as actually seeing some of the examples that we're talking about here, and some of the little nooks and crannies of secrets that you shared. I think it's really cool. So
I enjoyed it very much.
good.
This has been fantastic.
I'm glad you had a great time.
Thank
I've
you very much.
absolutely, I do this selfishly, honestly, for myself, but I think fortunately a lot of people get a lot of value from it as well. And so I thank you again for your time and for your support and for your friendship. And it's been a pleasure getting to know you better, Shane. And I really do look forward to seeing you again soon. Hopefully, if not anything, at least probably Blade Show Atlanta again next year, at least. And I'll get to hopefully get a little bit more time to chat with you, because I think I saw you for
Yes,
a total of maybe 5 or 10
yeah,
minutes.
yeah. We just kind of passed each other in the aisle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways. All right, sir.
All right. Well,
Thank
thank
you
you
so
very
much.
much.
All right.
Fantastic.
And thank you everybody that's especially in the Patreon, for your awesome support. You've really helped to make these conversations possible, with inspiring makers like Shane. And so if you want to become part of the conversation, go to the Patreon, look up Malmasi Fire Arts on the Patreon website, or you can go to my Instagram page where there's a link to the Patreon where you can sign up. At the illuminated individual level or higher, it will get you to be part of these actual conversations like Mike Poor was today, where you can ask questions of makers directly, as well as, asking questions a little bit beforehand as well, but to be part of driving the conversations. And again, thank you to all the super sponsors. I'm going to shout them out again one last time. We have Tony Sasma, who is TNT Forge on Instagram. We have Mr. Eric Kidwell, who's at District 202 LLC. Josh Weston, who is Josh A. Weston on Instagram. Michael Poor, who is Red Dragon Forge on Instagram. Russell Tinsley, who is Can't Make Knives, as well as Oozle Finch Beers on Instagram. Dan Hubbs, who is 66 Mountain Knives at 66 Mountain Knives on Instagram. Lawrence Lake, who is the owner operator of Maritime Knife Supply. You can find him on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok at Maritime Knife Supply, as well as maritimenifesupply.com. We have Ben Butcher of Amo Bladesmithing. That's Amo Bladesmithing on Instagram, and Gabe Fletcher of Anchorage Brewing, at Anchorage Brewing on Instagram, as well as at Anchorage Forge on Instagram. Thank you all, who help make this possible. I appreciate you. And I think it's time for Shane and I to get back into the real world and get back to work. So thank you, everybody. And until next time, we'll talk to you again soon.